Don't make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs. I see right through it. You're gonna make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs. Don't make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs. I see right through it. You're gonna make me do it. I'm ignoring all the signs.
Hey, Yekcyr. Hey, Yekcyr. Hey, Yekcyr.
Hey, Yekcyr. All praises to the Most High, ayy. Ay, these rappers' music so dry, ay, ay. Homos hate the Bible cause they gay, gay. The Torah is forever, I obey, ay. All praises to the Most High, ay, ay. Keep the Bible close by, ay, ay. Hebrew and you know why, ay, ay. All praises to the Most High, ay, ay. The road to redemption, it is only straight and narrow. Crystals for protection is sorcery like tarot. I know Yahuwah got me cause his eye is on the sparrow. Don't harden your heart to the truth like Pharaoh. Following the Torah's not religion, it's decision. Yahusha the Messiah never called his people Christians. Screw the Easter Bunny, Saint Nick and these traditions. Serving all these false gods like those damn Egyptians. Your heart is not repentant, then how can you be forgiven? Even until death I still hold my position. Trusting in Yahuwah, if I'm broke or I'm in prison. Endure to the end, I only go off what is written. Ay, all praises to the Most High. Ay, ay. These rappers' music so dry. Ay, ay. Homos hate the Bible cause they gay, gay. The Torah is forever, I obey. Ay, all praises to the Most High. Ay, ay. Keep the Bible close by. Ay, ay. Hebrew and you know why. Ay, ay. All praises to the Most High. Ay, ay.
Hey, Yekcyr. Hey, Yekcyr.
Ab Yahuwah Alua of all creation. May your name be esteemed upon high forever. When I feel alone, I put my trust in Yahuwah. When the world is telling me who I am doesn't matter, I follow your word. When my enemies come against me, I stand strong. I believe in your son Yahusha and the power of his redemptive blood. When I call on your name, I know you hear me beyond everlasting hills, beyond the heights of the Shamayim. When I'm at my lowest, I put my trust in the Most High. I do not believe in a higher power. I believe in the highest power, who is Yahuwah Ha'aluah Ba'yasharah. Ab Yahuwah Nathak Bakbulakak Ma'u Aruka Yasha Amu Hekam Yasharah Naha Yakub Lashub Kadumarak Kakabud La Hashamuth Yahuwah U Yahusha. There is power in your Kadash name. There is uprightness in your Torah. There is joy everlasting in your perfect will. Your love knows no limits, and your mercy abounds. May every so-called black man be made a priest for you. May the daughters of Zion be comforted, protected, and led in righteousness by the men of Yasharah. May every Yasharali child be instructed in your Torah. Father, help us to stand against our enemies. Give us strength, perseverance, and endurance in these last days. Lead us to a place of shalom, safety, and protection everlasting. For there is no one like you. Yahuwah Alua Hinu, Yada Yahuwah Alam. I give you all of me. Aman.
I give you all of me. I give you all of me. I give you all of me.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Trust the Most High, Yahuwah.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Ascend to the Alua of Yasharah. We are your people, fight for us, our Alua. Yahuwah by Alua, there is none like you. and Yahudi, nothing is all can do to me. Yahushua, you're my king. Yahushua, Yahushua, all the great. Yahushua, I saw my king.
Hey, Yekcyr.
The hand of Yahweh was upon me, and carried me out in the Ruach Yahweh, and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of Adam, can these bones live? And I answered, O Adonai Yahweh, you know. Again he said unto me, Prophesy unto these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus says Adonai Yahweh unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Signs of the times, take a look at all these blood moons. Nation against nation, Yasharah, we going home soon. Ice melts with fervent heat, elemental cold bars. Messiah coming back from sky, watching blow the shofar. My people waking up, returning to the Torah. America's Babylon, another Sodom and Gomorrah. Scattered to the four corners, African diaspora. 7 feast days, 7 branches on menorah. Yahuwah is Yahusha, manifested in flesh, and he shed his own blood and experienced death. You will never understand without the Ruach HaKodesh, and the dry bones awakening. Yahuwah gets breath. The dry bones awakening. Yasharal is awakening. Yahuda, he is straightening, returning to Yahuwah so quickly we are hastening. The dry bones awakening. Yasharal is awakening. Yahuda, he is straightening, returning to Yahuwah so quickly we are hastening. Yahshua will rise, we the people of Zion, and his judgments for the heathens from the tribe of the lion. And the grafted in is with us, cause their hearts have been ripened. Other nations will perish, cause of Torah defiance. Made no account of our labors, they were lawless and pious. And instead of Yahuwah gave you religion and science. And no mention of Yahusha, they just forced your compliance. The oppressor still prospers while we suffer in silence. What's one way to destroy a black king or a queen? Push abortion, LGBT, tell them take the vaccine. Black culture in America only feeding the evil. Dry bones awakening, Yahuwah still loves his people. The dry bones awakening. Yasharal is awakening. Yahuda, he is straightening, returning to Yahuwah so quickly we are hastening. The dry bones awakening. Yasharal is awakening. Yahuda, he is straightening, returning to Yahuwah so quickly we are hastening. The dry bones awakening. Yasharal is awakening. Yahuda, he is straightening, returning to Yahuwah so quickly we are hastening. The dry bones awakening. Yasharal is awakening. The dry bones awakening. Yasharal is awakening.
And ye shall
Yeah, whoa, yeah, ay, look, yeah. All esteem to Yahuwah, ay. He the highest, the allure, ay. Baruch Shamka, Yahuwah is the highest, U'alua Hekah. Look, yo, I'm living out the Torah, ayy, yeah. Ayy, it's lit like menorah, ayy, yeah. Alam Barak Hashem, Kakabur Abinu, yeah, my trust is in him. Yahushua HaMashiach, he the land that was lynched. He the land that was lynched. Yahushua HaMashiach, he the land that was lynched. He's hung from a tree, oppression making more sense. Yahushua HaMashiach died a black man's death. The Romans want him dead cause he stood as a threat. Yahushua HaMashiach died a black man's death. The lamb that was lynched cause he stood as a threat. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy. He the highest, the allure, ayy. Baruch Shamka. Yahuwah is the highest, U'alua Hekah. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy. He the highest, the allure, ayy. Baruch Shamka. Yahuwah is the highest, U'alua Hekah.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom, and we are back again. All praises to the highest. Can I get an A-E-T-T-H? Can I get either an A-E-T-T-H or an A-P-T-T-H? And in case you don't know what that stands for, it's all esteem to the highest. And then all praises to the highest. We got A-P-T-T-M-H. But I'm starting a thing with A-E-T-T-H and A-P-T-T-H. So come on, can I get an all esteem to the highest? Can I get an all praises to the highest, Yahuwah? Let me get my shouts outs. You know what I'm saying? We gotta do this. All right. First, before we get started, mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Look, mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Can I get a 1 if I'm good? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. We good? We good? All right. All praises to the Most High. All right, man. So let me get my shouts out. Who we got in the building? Shabbat shalom to everybody. I hope everybody that had kept the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur. I hope you have had a great Day of Atonement. I hope that you have taken time to seek Yahuwah, law to Yahuwah, and most importantly, above all things, repent to Yahuwah, afflicting your soul, afflicting your being. Now, there might be some people who are confused about that in regards to, you know what I'm saying, what that means. To afflict your being or to afflict your soul, nafash, is it is fasting. It is denial of self. And, you know, I know that this Day of Atonement, I want to say this really, really quickly. For somebody who fasts normally and regularly, sometimes several times throughout the week, it's nothing for me to fast. I'm so used to doing it. You feel what I'm saying? But I know that these feast days are important because as I started Yom Kippur at sunset last night,
shortly after I started, like the first hour after, I started feeling this intense hunger that I've never felt before in fasting. Never. And every time when I'm about to fast, I make sure the food, the day that I eat before, I make sure that I'm eating enough proteins, enough healthy fats, so I can have that feeling to get me through, you know what I'm saying, however long I'm going to fast. If you eat enough of that, you know what I'm saying, you will get through your fast. But I started feeling an intense hunger I've never felt before when I'm doing these feast days. And I realized the spiritual warfare is stronger than it's ever been, family. But I fought it. And I wanted to make sure I got here on time because, you know what I'm saying, I went outside to go blow the shofar before, you know what I'm saying, the day began, you know what I'm saying, and the end of the Day of Atonement. So I wanted to go outside, blow the trumpets, blow the shofar, and make sure that I'm getting those good blows, no diddy, you know what I'm saying, to Yahuwah, to ring in the end of Yom Kippur. So I hope that it's been good for y'all. I hope that y'all have taken time to seek Yahuwah, to repent, of course, like I said, and just, take time to focus on him. Remember, these feast days are not done to be seen by men. Men do not understand why we do this. Even our own people, they do not understand why. I was out there and I saw these white people because they're having like some kind of event near where I'm at. And there was a bunch of white people and I was blowing the shofar and they were just looking at me kind of strange. Like, it's weird that this Yahudi's blowing the shofar. The heathens, they don't understand, bro. They don't understand why we do this. You feel what I'm saying? They don't understand. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand. And so, when your family look at you funny or your immediate relatives and stuff like that, don't worry about it. You feel what I'm saying? That's part of being Kadash to Yahuwah. That's part of being reserved. Oops. Salaki. That's part of being reserved to Yahuwah. You feel what I'm saying? And listen, in regards to people who have an issue because I choose to esteem Yahuwah, okay? If I choose to do that, all I can say is boo boo bop bop. You know what I'm saying? Boo boo bop bop.
I told you, boo boo bop bop boo boo bop bop.
Boo boo bop bop. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what else to say to you. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Yada Yahuwah, all praises. Okay, all right, fam. So let me get my shout outs, man. I'm sorry, I had to have some means for y'all. You feel what I'm saying? Okay, so let's get my shout out. So we have Bianca. Yanka is in the chat. Shabbat Shalom, sister. All praises to the highest. Our beloved sister Adara Yahoo is in the building. Kenya. Shabbat Shalom, sis. All praises to the highest. Yahuwah, good to see you, sister. Good to see you. Let's see, who else do we have here? Yummy. There she is. Hey, sister, Shabbat Shalom. All praises to the highest. Yahuwah, good to see you. I'm glad we are gathered here again on Yahuwah's Kadash Yom. So yada Yahuwah for that. Yahudi Blue, hey, sister, good to see you. Shabbat Shalom. We are on time and we are back. Good to see you. All praises to the highest. All right, let's see. I saw Zakar Yahu in here somewhere. Where you at, Ak? I'm looking for you. Queen Raya Yasharal is here. Hey, Queen, how are you? All praises to the highest, Yahuwah. Shabbat Shalom. Good to see you. Dennis is in the building. What's up, Big Ak? Salute to you. All praises to the highest. Shabbat Shalom. Let's see. Zakaria, there you are. What's up, Aki? All right, Shabbat Shalom. I knew I was going to see you in there, Ak. I was just looking. We got quite a few mods. So, yeah. All right, I think I got all the mods. Yep. Okay. So let's give my shouts out to everybody else. Sunshine Vibes is in here. Shabbat Shalom, sister. Good to see you. All praises to the highest. We have our beloved sister, Shana Shelby. Hey, sis. Good to see you. Shabbat Shalom. All praises. Oh, I missed the Aki. I missed my Ak. Dark Kid. I missed you, Ak. Shabbat Shalom. I'm sorry. I usually get my mods first. Ak, I'm sorry. I did not see you there. All praises. Shabbat Shalom. Good to see you, Aki. Welcome back. We are here. All praises. Charlon is here. Good to see you, sister. Shabbat Shalom. Tawanda's here. Shabbat Shalom. I choose Yahuwah. Renee Yahoo. Oh, beautiful. Hey, sis. Good to see you. All praises. Zakar Yahoo. We have a second Zakar Yahoo. Shabbat Shalom, Aki. Sister Betty. Hey, how are you, sister? Good to see you. All praises to the highest, Yahuwah. Shabbat Shalom. Chris Warren is here. Shabbat Shalom. Yadai is here. All esteem to the highest. Yes, Shabbat Shalom, sister. Child of Yahuwah 89. What's up, Ak? All praises. This is one of my, you know what I'm saying, Ox from back in the day. You know, when I first started doing this, Ak been there. So all praises, man. Good to see you, Aki. Shabbat Shalom to you. The light within, Shabbat Shalom. Trisha favorite, Shabbat Shalom. Devetta, Shabbat Shalom. Batiyah Bayaya Sharal, Shabbat Shalom. DW, Shabbat Shalom. Trish Eyes, hey sister, good to see you. Shabbat Shalom. Abigail, Shabbat Shalom. Bot of Yahuwah, Shabbat Shalom, sister, good to see you. Naya Jackson, Shabbat Shalom, sis, good to see you. All praises. Standard is here, Shabbat Shalom. Yo, he's like, yo, what up, bro? Shabbat Shalom. Okay, if I didn't get you, Isaac Taiti, Shabbat Shalom, and he is watching from Facebook. Shout out to you. Shabbat Shalom. Let's see, Damien, Shabbat Shalom, good to see you. And all right, y'all. Okay, I can't get everybody, y'all. I'm sorry if you're here. Zadaya, Shabbat Shalom says, Kaya, Shabbat Shalom, good to see you. If I don't get you, I'm sorry. I love y'all family, but boy, we have got a teaching today. So I don't want to waste any time on this. We need to jump in. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump in. All right? Listen, I kid y'all not, bro. You know what I'm saying? I remember before the 9th day of the month leading up to Yom Kippur, I was literally making beats, bro. I'm sorry, I got to do one more thing, bro. I was literally in my studio, bro, making beats like there's no tomorrow, bro. This is me, bro. Hey, all praises to the highest, bro. Okay, you vibing. Okay, hard drums. You know what I'm saying? The melody, you feel me? On the keys, man, on the keys. Okay, all right, y'all. Yada Yahuwah, man. I choose Yahuwah. Let's see what she says. She says it's so hard not having one person to keep these days with, nobody to help I can just reach out to. Well, sis, that's okay. You know what I'm saying? In truth, that is a lot of our situations in the chat. Some of us, at least. A good chunk of us. You'd be surprised how many sisters don't have anybody to keep these Shabbat days with that are alone. And so, you know, I wanted to do a gathering for this particular feast day, but I wasn't able to because I put so much time into this series about this black goo. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we're going to be talking tonight. So I wasn't able to do it. I would have did it. I normally do it, but I just wasn't able to, you know what I'm saying? Because I put so much into this. So this is going to be fire. Trust me. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead. Let's jump in. Shout out to everybody that's here. I appreciate y'all. All praises to the high. So we are going to jump into this. This one. Whew, boy. Yeah. The black goo. Melanin and Transhumanism. Episode 5. The quest to become like God. I will always preface every episode by saying I do not refer to Yahuwah, my Alua, as G-O-D. All right? I do not. But G-O-D is Satan. That is the G-O-D. G-O-D, when they're referring to G-O-D, that is not just a title. You think it's a title. No, it's a name. And it's a name Satan uses because Satan has many names. Yahuwah has one name. One. Akkad. One. All right? But Satan has many names, and G-O-D is one of those names. And when I'm referring to their deity, it's G-O-D. My Alua is Yahuwah. All right? Have to always preface it with that. Okay, continuing on. Now, if you have not seen the previous episodes of this series, be sure to check out the description box and pinned comment below for the links to the playlist. So we have done several episodes on this. So if you have not watched them, I highly suggest you go into the description box. And after I do this stream and the live is done, I'll be sure to pin it in the comment section below if you are watching the replay. But you want to watch this series because you'll learn some things today, but a lot of what I'm going to be, kind of scoothing over is stuff we've already covered in previous episodes. So you'll definitely want to watch the whole series to understand the grand scheme of what I'm building up to in this series, okay? To my beloved mods, please be sure to remind our listeners to write their questions down and hold them until the end of this presentation. And if I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't know if I'm going to have time for questions, because this one is going to be probably a little bit longer than the others because there's so much we're going to get into. All right. So I'll try if I can. If there's time, maybe we'll see. I'll let you know at the end if I'm able to take questions, depending on what time we get done with this. All right. And also, I want to say this to those who are watching the replay. The poll questions, which are polls I do throughout these live streams, the poll questions are only applicable to those who are live with us in this chat right here, right now. So in order to participate in the poll, you have to be live as we are right here, right now. So if you're watching the replay, meaning if you look at the screen, or if you look when you go to the video and if it says streamed 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 45 minutes ago, if it says however amount of time, hours ago or minutes ago, that means the stream is no longer live, meaning that you will not see the poll, you will not understand the poll. So in order to understand and be a part of the poll, you must come to the live sessions. This is only something for the live audience, and it's not like I'm forcing it like that. That's just the way it works. The live chat, it gives you a feature to be able to do polls, and if you're not live or you're not here in the chat, you're not going to see it. So just understand that, all right? If you're watching the replay, there's no need to type in the comments to respond to the poll questions. That's another thing I want to say. And I'm not trying to be mean, okay? I'm just trying to help people understand, because I know there are people of all different age brackets who watch my videos who may not understand all this technical stuff. Somebody need to know what I meant when I said poll in the last episode. So I'm just trying to kind of help lay the ground so you can understand how this works. So if I do a poll right here, right now, and everybody's live. Now, if you're watching on Facebook, if you come to YouTube, you can join the live too. If you're on Facebook, you also won't see the poll. So if you want to join in, hey, come on down, come to YouTube, join in the chat. You can do the polls with us, because we're going to be doing like 3 or 4 tonight. So come over to YouTube if you're on Facebook, if you want to join in the poll. If you just want to watch and you just want to enjoy it, no problem. All right. So again, after this is done, there's no need to type in the comment section in regards to the poll. Even if I ask you, give me a 1 or give me a 2, there's no need to do that in the comment section if you are watching the replay. This is all just a live chat thing mostly. Okay. All right. And again, if you want to participate, come to the live YouTube shows. Now, I do episodes for this series every Friday. All right. At 7:45. All right. We start this show Friday, for the most part, on the dot, 7:45. Sometimes it don't work out like that, but it's always usually on 7:45. It's not 7:50, 7:55. It's usually going to be marked or scheduled for 7:45. So if you want to participate, like I said, just come to the shows every Friday and you'll be able to join in with what we're doing. Okay. Now, in our last episode, we touched on neuromelanin, CRISPR, and the billion-dollar industry built on melatonin products. And we also talked about the market value of melatonin, and in the next 7 years is projected to be a $3.2+ billion industry. If you want to know a little bit more about that, you will have to check out the previous episodes. Now, in our last episode, y'all, we left off on a bit of a cliffhanger. In last week's episode regarding this video of what's being called the Panama alien. All right. Now, to everybody in the chat, give me a 1 if you guys remember that I showed you the Panama alien in the last episode. Well, I didn't call it that. I called it like, some creature, but it's actually being called the Panama alien. Give me a 1 if you were there at the last episode and you remember me showing y'all this creature, this black creature. Give me a 1 if y'all saw that. If you didn't see it, give me a 2. I just want to know who wasn't here, because we're going to go through all of it. I'm going to kind of refresh your memory if you weren't here for the last episode. So if you didn't see it, don't worry about it. I'm going to show you the videos again if you didn't see it. But we closed out the episode with that. Okay, so a good chunk of y'all was here last week. Okay. Damien says it's his first time seeing it. Okay, cool. You talking about the goo in the freezer? Yes, Aki. I've been studying the Bible about my Israelite heritage for over 20 years. I'm getting old, so I love hearing you young brothers teach other Israelite brothers and sisters. Hallelujah. Praise the Most High for this Ak right here. This is what I'm saying. Y'all got to listen to the elders, man, because elders, if you have a righteous elder, man, you know what I'm saying? The righteous elders, we go to them for wisdom. We go to them for understanding. But the elders also acknowledge, you know, the younger generation of Yahudim Israelites that are raising up to do the Father's business. You know what I'm saying? So all praises to the Most High. Aki, that means a lot. I got to read that one more time. So our brother, our Ak, Roger Brown says, I've been studying the Bible and about my Israelite heritage for over 20 years. And I'm getting old, so I love to hear you young brothers teach each other, Israelite brothers and sisters. Praise Yahuwah, man. We all just trying to get our people back, man. We all trying to get our people back to Yahuwah, you know, back in these feast days, returning to his commandments, believing upon Yahusha, our true liberator, the true redeemer, the true Mashiach of Yahshua. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get our people right, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. My desire is for my people to come back to Yahuwah and reap all the blessings that he has in store for us. That is my desire. My desire is to prepare the remnant. I mean, I know it says 2/3 will be cut off, but I'm trying to make sure the people that watch this channel ain't of that. All right. So thank you, Elder. All praises to the highest Yahuwah. All right, fam. So you guys remember, so a good chunk of y'all do remember the Panama alien. Okay, good. Like I said, if you don't know, I'm going to show you. All right. Now, let me just say this. People have tried to debunk this Panama alien video and this information and this what's been shown. All right. But I'm going to tell you right now, AI, let me say this to you clearly. AI cannot do what this thing is doing. Okay. It cannot. Like the lighting and all of that. We're going to look at all of that right here, right now. Okay. So you can understand that this is not. Listen to me, family. This is not a hoax. Okay? This is not a hoax. And if you're wondering, in the last episode, people asked me, was this thing created by Yahuwah? We're going to get into all of that. All right? I promise you will. Today, your mind is going to be blown. As a matter of fact, I don't want to spoil too much. But give me a 1 in the chat if you know about the abyss. Obviously, you should. All right. Give me a 1 in the chat. Give me a 2 in the chat. If you do not know, you don't have any understanding of what the abyss is. If you're reading in that Bible, if you're reading them scripts, you're reading them scriptures, you should know about the abyss. I've talked about it on here plenty of times. Give me a 1 if you know about the abyss. Give me a 2 if you have no idea what the heck Yekcyr is talking about. Okay. Wonderful. Hezekiah doesn't know. It's okay, Aki. It's always a good moment. And Shabbat Shalom. This is our youngest moderator right here. 144K, man. I'm telling y'all, this boy's special, man. All praises. All right. So a good chunk of y'all do know. Okay. To those who don't know about it, I have a video on it you can watch, and I'm going to give you the link in a little bit. Damien says they never heard of it. Okay. Well, family. I found a video, and I found the abyss. I found where these locusts are going to come from. I found the place, and I'm going to show it to you because there's footage of it. It is going to blow your mind. So if you don't believe Yahuwah is real, you don't believe the Bible's true, you don't believe anything about us being Israelites and why, you know what I'm saying, we connected to the creator and melanin and all of that, I'm going to show you today the abyss is real. But I'm not going to spoil it. But just know it's going to blow your mind because I found it. And it's mind-blowing. So yeah. All right, y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and look at these videos of this creature. All right, because that's going to start what this discussion is about, which is this black goo. All right. So let's start with this. I'm going to go ahead. Well, actually, first, before I show you the video, I'm going to just go ahead and show you guys a few videos from the film Spider-Man. Now, I pray to Yahuwah this stream will not get shut down for copyright. I tried to edit it enough to make it YouTube safe. We'll see what happens. If the stream cuts out, don't worry about it. I'll take it off the screen immediately. Just let me know in the chat if it cuts off or the stream gets lost or something. Sometimes if you do it during a live stream, they'll cut the stream off until you remove the video, then they'll bring it back. So if it does get cut off, you know what I'm saying? I'll just turn it off and I'll come back and I'll wait till y'all get back and we'll continue it on. Okay. All right. So here we go. Fair use. This is for educational purposes only. All praises to the highest. All right, y'all. Here we go. So this is a video, and I'm going to show you this video because this is from the film Spider-Man. All right. I'm sure many of y'all are familiar with Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. I used to watch the animated series as a child. I went to all the movies, seen all the movies, dang near all the movies. I stopped watching it when they started pushing like this, the Miles Morales and the interracial dating and all that. She was like queer and you know what I'm saying? And she had like a queer flag in her room and all that. I was like, nah, bro, I'm not with all this gay stuff. But I've always loved Spider-Man. He's one of my favorite superheroes. Even read the comics as a child, played the video games, had all the video games, got all the suits, you know what I'm saying? Played it on PlayStation, all that, you know what I'm saying? Love Spider-Man. So in Spider-Man, for those of y'all who are not familiar, Spider-Man, there's a alien substance, an alien goo, black gooish substance that ends up crash landing in New York. This substance attaches to Peter Parker, who is Spider-Man. That's his actual identity. Spider-Man is like, his superhero identity. This black goo attaches itself to him, and he ends up becoming the Black Spider-Man or the Black Suit Spider-Man. And he ends up getting superpowers. He gets stronger, but then the goo ends up taking over his mind. And then he, gets rid of the goo. And the goo is destroyed by loud frequencies. So he takes it to a bell tower. He bangs it up against the bell tower and ends up coming off of him. And then it ends up, oozing down on Eddie Brock, who becomes Venom. All right. So just a quick little run through. All right. So I just want to show you that real quick. I just had to explain that because I know, like I said, we got different age brackets. So I got to try to make it make sense. All right, here we go.
Where am I?
All right, so I don't want to play too much. Now, let me go back because I want you to pay attention to the part that this thing, like he's in a park with his girlfriend, and then this thing flies from the sky and lands on the ground. Okay, let me show you one more time. Okay, so it crash lands on the ground, and then this black goo starts pouring out of this meteorite. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this is because the exact same thing happened with this so-called Panama alien, this black gooish thing. All right. And I'm going to show you. So yes, give me a 1 if you believe in predictive programming. Give me a 1 if you believe that the Illuminati or whatever, the higher ups, whatever you want to call them, they show you what is going to happen before it happens. They call it karmic retribution. They say that if they show you what's going to happen before it happens, then they avoid karma and bad things happening to you because they're like, well, we told you. So therefore, no matter what evil we do, we told you. So it's your fault. You didn't listen. That's how wicked these Luciferians think, but that's it. Okay. All right. They show you what's going to happen before it happens. Okay. Wonderful. So as we look at this Panama alien, I want you to think about this and apply that logic of predictive programming. Okay. And with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and show you these videos here. All right. So let me start with this first one. So this first video is kind of like an introduction to what's going on. There's a whole bunch of different videos. So basically, to run this down for you, there's a guy on TikTok who found this this asteroid, like I said, or meteor, whatever you want to call it. Right. And it landed in his backyard, and he picked up a rock from it, and he kept the rock, and he started to notice after time that a black gooish substance started growing out of it. All right. So let me start with the first video where he actually showed a video of this thing coming down and hitting the ground. Let me show you. This is crazy predictive programming, y'all, for real. All right. All right. Let me show you this first video. Give me a second.
In Panama, this TikToker Kin Panama documented this. First off, I want to say thanks to Kin for giving us the opportunity to see this firsthand and documenting it so clearly. You know, this man has a well-standing profile. He posts about normal things for years, and all of a sudden starts posting this footage. I don't have any reason to believe it's AI. What started to grow off of this meteor had life. reactions to it, or has life reactions to it. It moves. It's not feeding off anything. It's not getting air. He's kept it in the dark for the most part. He has put it out in the sun. It doesn't seem to affect it. The crash site here is what's really got my attention. It glows phosphorescently or luminescently rather around the site, which is interesting because we find all this luminescent and phosphorescent stuff out of Mexico, and it's not something that's common in our world, so it's very interesting to see it in this fashion with no blacklight stimulation whatsoever. I would be curious to see what a blacklight would do to this area for sure. So as he continued, every day posting the progress of what this thing's doing, he's posted, dozens of videos. I think there's close to 20 videos of this. I'm posting some here to bring awareness to this, to try to get people to go to TikTok and follow this man, to keep up with this. A lot of people reached out to him and asked for, biological samples so they could put it into the lab and see what the heck we're dealing with. The curiosity is very high on this. However, I feel that the danger.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit, y'all, because he's just showing the same. Okay, so you can see it started growing. Okay, so he got it from the rock. You saw the fire in the ground. You saw the fire in the ground from whatever that asteroid was, okay? And then he picked up the rock and he put leaves up against the rock, and the rock ended up spouting this blackish gooish thing. And this is just over time, this thing started to grow and it was moving. And I'm going to show you some stuff. Listen, family, listen to me. All right. As somebody who understands technology, this man is either extremely rich and has very high tech Hollywood and billion-dollar technology. It's and in order for it to be that, it would have to be a hoax. It's either that or it's real. There's no, I don't know. There's no maybe. There's none of that. It's either real or it's fake. However, I say it's not fake because I'm going to show you some more stuff. I'm going to show you some close-ups of this thing. He put like a security camera inside this lockbox that he had it in, and he left it on overnight, and you can see this thing breathing and moving. Okay, so if it's AI, then how the heck is it moving with a dang camera on it? This is what I'm saying, y'all. This is real. And I'm going to show you more proof of this black goo. It's real, y'all. Don't let people make you think it's not real. Don't let the fact checkers manipulate you and making you think this stuff is not real, because it is, homie. All right? And I'm going to show you more proof. Don't worry. All right? But let's get back to it.
Definite life form. It moves and it was just staying on the meteor and flexing its little tentacles and things of that nature for many days. He started to take samples for scientists. He had the bravery to go in and start cutting these things and creating these samples in these jars, which seem to still have life form. They could be like clones. They may regrow or regenerate. The fact that it's not eating and provides such a life form is very interesting. When the meteor came out, before anything was growing off of it, he had a plant on his desk, and it literally killed the leaf that it touched. And profiles like Jesse Michaels, species that we are unaware of, and he may have just cloned it dozens of times and sent it all over the world, making it a huge warning to us all.
All right, so that's just a little bit of basically a little bit of an intro. Now, I'm going to show you some more of these videos that are more in depth, okay? Just in case you're like, Yekcyr, I don't believe this is real. Yekcyr, this ain't real. Okay, let's look at this lighting. All right, this lighting is going to blow your mind, all right? Let's look at this lighting, and you tell me if you think it's AI. Let me show you the first one. Look at this. I'm going to move this one. All right, let me put this next one up real here for you. You look at the lighting and you tell me if this is fake. AI cannot do this, y'all. Look.
Vamos a pensar que esto nació de un meteorito.
Listen to that sound it's making. Listen to that sound it's making.
And yes, I know it's bigger than this, y'all. I'm just showing you guys how it's grown. Okay, that was one video. Let me pull up another. Give me a second. So that was one video. And I got a whole bunch here that I'm going to show y'all. There's a bunch of them. All right, so that was one video where you saw some very interesting lighting. Now let me show you this next one. Okay. Dang, there's so many videos. Okay, here's the next one.
Increíble que lo que estoy haciendo. A ver cómo está.
This is AI. This is AI, y'all. With the lighting, the flashlight, everything. This is AI to you.
Wow, está grande. Es crecido bastante.
Come on, y'all. Look at this lighting. That is not fake. AI cannot do this. AI, one thing about AI, and I said this in the last episode, one thing about AI that is easy to discern, like if it's real or not, is AI is not able to be 100% consistent all the way through. So let's say you want to do a short little AI music video. All the way through, it's not going to have the same character. It's going to look different. The character going to look different. The character going to change in some kind of ways. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to hold that same authenticity from the original creation if you were to use AI for like images or a storyboard or something of that nature. So consistency with AI is never going to be the same. But the fact that this is 100% consistent and hasn't changed, I mean, it's grown bigger, yes. But even the lighting, the consistency of the actual lighting hasn't changed. This is real. But everyone else will tell you it's not. All right? Do you believe the Bible or do you believe made up stuff? I understand AI. See, they put AI out there to confuse people so people can't tell what's real and what's not. That's part of the illusion of AI. But there will be actual happenings that will take place. Even when it comes to Yahuwah. Oh, let me get deep for a minute. Even when it comes to Yahuwah and the things he's going to do, when it comes to judgment upon people, nations, they're going to say that's AI too. When that regathering takes place and the mighty hand of the highest is upon his people and he regathers us and the plagues start to fall, darkness starts to happen on this land, men start to lose their minds. I mean, they already losing their minds now. Unexplained judgments start happening up on a certain group of people. They're going to say that's AI too. So I want y'all to be able to recognize what's real and what's not.
And that's going to be harder as AI gets more complex and more, it gets more, complex, and it's able to perfectly embody things that we can imagine or that we could design ourselves. But it hasn't quite gotten there yet, but it's developing very, very, very quickly. I think about how AI was a year ago. Look where it's at now. So it's developing very quickly, but it's not quite there yet. It's not quite there yet. All right, let's get back to this. Bro, come on, y'all. This is fake? This is AI? Okay. All right. I got some more proof. I got some more videos. We're going to look at another one. Let me show you another one. So he actually recorded this creature inside the safe with a security camera. Look at this. Just in case you think it's fake, how would this be possible with a dang security camera if this thing is not real? How does AI maintain behind a dang security camera, breathing the exact same way? Look. That's AI? I'm just trying to understand. Is this AI, family? How does AI do this? When have you seen AI do this? It's breathing the exact same way it was breathing in every other video I've shown you. This is real. Are you kidding me? This is real. And the reason, I talked about the abyss. We'll get to that a little bit later, but family, this is 100% real. And I think the reason why people start, have a lack of understanding about these things is because they don't understand the world before the world was. And we'll get a little bit into that. We're going to get into some deep, deep stuff scripturally today. All right. I promise you, it's going to get very, very scriptural, and biblical, but it's just, I'm trying to just show y'all that this is definitely showing us something is coming. The alien agenda is right around the corner. So it wouldn't hurt for them to put real creatures out there. So you're expecting something. Let me show you another video. This might have music. I might have to mute it. It's the next one, y'all. All right, I'm going to mute that. I love that song, by the way, but okay. So here is another video. All right. And this is the guy. Now, here's the thing. I said he'd have to be really, really rich to be able to pull off something like this. He works at a normal place. I had an image of him that working at his workplace. Bro, this man ain't making that kind of money. Why is he working? He is a regular guy that works a regular job. You feel what I'm saying? And he got a hold of this. So he's not just some, millionaire. I mean, unless he's undercover, but still, I'm just saying that's a whole lot to hide and cover up and all of that. All right. Does music go off? Yep. All right. You're going to see him move this thing. And look how it moves. Fast forward. So he's going to move the creature into this freezer. But pay attention. Look how it moves. And I'll play it a few times in case you just don't believe it. Now, pay attention when he grabs the creature and look how it moves. Pay close. It's kind of dark. You don't have the lighting on this particular one, but just watch how this creature moves when he grabs it. He's going to take like a prong or something like that, and he's going to pick it up, and it's going to be moving as he puts it in the freezer, trying to get out of his grasp. Pay attention. Look at that. Look. That's not AI, bro. That is not AI, family. That is not AI. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, we're going to keep looking at some more of these. This whole episode is not going to be based on this, but I have to lead into this black goo talk. All right, so let me show you another one. All right, get rid of this video. Let me pull up the next one. When I look at it, dude, I get the heebie-jeebies. Again, family, this is AI. That's AI. Hit the like, y'all.
Querían verlo. Ha crecido bastante. A muchos les gusta.
Yeah, bro. That's not AI, family. Now, just in case you're like, okay, well, that's only one example. Let me show you another example. Okay, this stuff is real. I'm going to show you this black goo eating up some, it looked like it's a crab or something. Look at this. I'll show you another example of some black goo. Look at this. Pull up this next one. Give me a second. All right. Let me show you this next one. Just in case you think that's fake. This is a whole different video. It's not real? That's AI? I'm just saying, that's AI. It's consuming the crab, y'all. Okay? This is not fake. Family, this is not a hoax. I promise you, it's not. Let me show you another example of this black goo. All right? Let me show you another one. This is it on a rock.
So one thing like that.
That's AI. Because if this was AI, bro, when they scrape it, the lens would be falling apart. The hands would look all strange and weird. It would look fake. This ain't. Okay, you even hear our Jamaican brethren in the background, yeah. You even hear our Yahudi brethren right there in the background. Even they can confirm it. They scraping that thing. They're like, we get it, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So one thing like that.
Okay, all right. Okay, family. We can maybe look at some more videos. I want to move ahead because there's just so much we're going to talk about tonight, all right? But I just wanted to show you some examples of this, all right? Now, continuing on, family. That, family, is not fake. Even AI cannot take that kind of lighting. I am showing you this creature because it has everything to do with what we will be talking about and discussing tonight. And that is the black goo. As a matter of fact, you know what? Before we get into this, let me show you a video. Word is he set the creature free and he put it in water. And let me just show you that real quick. And it got bigger since these other videos, because these videos are a few weeks old, but apparently he set it free, but then he posted another video. So I guess maybe he had other samples of the creature. I don't know if they grew or if he went and got it back, but this is the creature swimming in water. Look at this. Let me remove that. All right. This is the creature, same creature. He dumped it in the water. You know what I'm saying? But it's swimming in the water. Look at this. That's how big it's gotten, family. That's how big it's gotten. And listen, this thing, he's not feeding it. It's not getting no light. But this dark creature, this obviously there's melanin in it. All right. But this dark creature, this black creature, this black gooish creature is actually able to survive without light and without food, and it can swim. So what I'm starting to see about this creature is that this creature is extremely adaptable. Bino, he said, dude is training it. He probably is, Aki. I ain't gonna even lie. Yeah, I'm gonna play it one more time. This is crazy, y'all. Look at this. My, y'all. Oh, my. It is crazy, family. It is, sis. It definitely is. Yeah, it's like Venom. And that's what I'm saying. It reminds me so much of Venom, How to Train My Goo. That's hilarious. She said, How to Train My Goo. Sis, what? Yo, that's hilarious, bro. Yo, that's hilarious. All right, y'all. So moving on. Okay, cool. So we looked at that and we, saw this creature swimming. Okay. And there's some more videos. Maybe if we have time, I'll show you some more at the end because I want to keep it going. All right. Now, to be clear, this topic about the black goo is a very complex topic, for lack of a better word. It's extremely complex. There's so many layers to it. It's just like the Nephilim thing. There's so many layers to that. It would definitely probably have to take multiple episodes. But I feel like with this one, we're going to definitely be able to tackle some important things. So I do not think we'll be able to tackle it all in this episode, but we will cover some basic grounds today. I think some of the questions you guys might have, I hopefully will be able to kind of tackle some of those questions y'all have in regards to this. Now, let's look at a few videos that I have on black goo. Now, real quick, family, let me preface this, all right? And say some of the video I am going to play does have some horror elements. When I did my last video about the fallen seed, the demon seed, that demon seed video, there were some horror elements in it. Listen, as a video editor, I can't help but to flex my video editing skills just sometimes. It engages people. It makes people interested. You know what I'm saying? Y'all love the docs. Y'all love the videos, bro, because Yekcyr go in on the visuals. Okay? Do I not go in on the visuals? I mean, look at the black goop. Y'all remember how I was saying we are black Jews? Well, this is about the black goo. Okay, so listen, there will be some horror elements, all right? So as we talk about this black goo, just understand that there will be some horror elements in this video I'm going to show you. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just trying to help our people understand, okay? So it's just a warning, all right? It's not too bad, but I definitely put some I put some stank on those visuals. I'll just say it like that. I put some stank on those visuals, man. I put some stank on it. All right, y'all. So let's watch this video that I have here, and then we will continue on. In the beginning, Kashak, darkness, was upon the face of the deep, and the Ruach Alua hovered, and a word parted the dark. Let there be light. Tonight, we are tracing a symbol that keeps returning. Black goo. In movies, it possesses upgrades or devours. Online, it becomes rumor. In labs, it's just materials. And in scripture, it points us back to the deep questions. Who forms us? What fills us? And what happens when fallen knowledge tries to rewrite the image of Alua? Now, the first question that a lot of people may have is, what is this black goo? What exactly is it? We see it in movies, we see it in television, music videos. We oftentimes see characters interacting with this black goo. We've seen it in Venom with the symbiote alien that, takes over a host and it consumes its host, taking over their mind, their body. We've also seen various celebrities using this black goo. They're crying out this black goo, or they're vomiting out this black goo. Now, when understanding this black goo, I think you need to understand that there is black goo, and then there is imitation black goo. That is not the black goo that you see when it comes to graphene and things of that nature, which we'll talk a little bit about. We talked about that in previous episodes, but we'll talk a little bit about graphene in this episode to help you understand how this all ties together. Now, before I explain to you what black goo is, I'm going to just show you a few visual examples of how this black goo symbolism has been used throughout media for centuries. What are they trying to tell us? Take a look.
Met Jay-Z and I signed to Rock Nation, the first thing he told me to do is get plastic surgery. I'm not insecure because I would have got plastic surgery. People make it, they all can turn around and thank Beyonce because that's it. And enough is enough. I'm fucking coming for everyone now. And even Adele, because she's retired now, but her career would not exist if I hadn't made Jonathan Dickens into a manager. And when she gets an award, she thanks Beyonce. So I didn't want to drip myself in blood and cover myself and swim in goop in black goop and fucking like wear devil horns to fucking sell a record. Fuck that. Or be a witch, or be that, all of that. Fuck all of them.
It's a boy. Oh, we've tried for so long to have a baby, and he's here. He's here. A gift.
Covering Martin County, where black goo, or something resembling it, is found in the Indian River Lagoon. What is it? And is more on the way. News Channel 5's Megan McRoberts, part of the largest news team on the Treasure Coast, and she joins us live from Jensen Beach. Megan.
Michael, tonight environmental experts are trying to figure out exactly what washed up ashore here on Hutchinson Island over the weekend. A viewer sent us a photo he took on Sunday of what appeared to be a black gooey substance, which has since cleared away. Tonight, the water here is still clear, but experts say in the near future it may not stay that way. Terry Baker looks forward to fishing weekly at the Jensen Beach Causeway.
Flounder, snapper, stingrays.
But what's in the water just a few miles away has him worried.
Oh, this picture. It's very disgusting. It's looks like tar or oil.
This photo a viewer sent us shows a black goo-like substance on the Hutchinson Island shoreline just south of Herman Bay that he says spanned for about 100 yards.
And we fished different areas, but I've never seen it.
Baker has fished on Hutchinson Island as well, but after seeing this...
Yeah, I wouldn't eat anything I caught from over there.
Mark Perry with the Florida Oceanographic Society says these pictures alarm him too.
I think that is a concern. It's the size of it and the extent of it.
The goo washed away before Perry was able to get a sample, but with his experience, he says he believes it's something he has seen before.
That fine material that he had in his hand is more indicative of a cyanobacteria or a blue-green algae.
He says this indicates that there are likely extra nutrients and bacteria in the water.
It's unusual, but it could be triggered again by things like the discharges that are happening from Lake Okeechobee or other discharge events and runoff from the rain.
Baker saying now he'll stick to the causeway for his fish.
No, it's a place to bring your family and enjoy life, but you know, if you got to get in the water with that, we won't do it.
as discharges from Lake Okeechobee are expected to continue on top of just local runoff from all the rain we've had. Perry says he does expect that black substance could come back. If you do see it, he urges you to take a sample of it and send it to the health department. We're live on Hutchinson Island tonight. Megan McRoberts, WPTV News Channel 5.
A mysterious life form was discovered after a research vessel docked at the port of Cleveland last summer and went into dry dock to have repairs. They noticed this black tar-like goo on a part of the ship called the rudder post. They tried to burn it with a blowtorch. They put it in water to see if it had a slick or a sheen to it, which it didn't. Ultimately, they took it to the University of Minnesota in Duluth. What they did find within that goo, there were about 20 different genetic sequences or genomes that they were able to extract. And one of those genomes they couldn't find anywhere in the kind of the worldwide database of genomes. So they've given it a name, Ship Goo 001, as a newly discovered life form that they want to learn more about.
What if I told you the most dangerous symbol in the entertainment industry isn't a triangle or a checkerboard floor? It's this. A black sticky substance, unnatural, hypnotic, and everywhere. Not just in music videos, but in photo shoots, commercials, and fashion campaigns. They call it black goo. And some believe it's not just aesthetic, it's ritual. The pattern is impossible to ignore. Celebrities dripping in black liquid, often shown during moments of transformation. Eyes blacked out, skin covered, smiles erased. They don't just wear the goo, they're consumed by it. Rihanna in Umbrella. Doja Cat in high fashion shoots. Madonna. Billie Eilish. Even fashion shows feature models emerging from or drowning in this thick substance. Why this? Why always the same look, the same black liquid? You're probably thinking this means something, and you are not wrong. To some, black goo represents chaos. It's the prima materia, the raw ancient sludge of alchemy. In occultism, it's tied to rebirth through darkness, destruction before renewal, a death of identity. But others say it's darker, a symbol of demonic possession, or surrendering the soul to elite control, a visual metaphor for losing yourself to something else. In science fiction, black goo isn't just symbolic, it's sentient. In Prometheus, it mutates anything it touches. In X-Files, it infects the body and erases free will. And then there's reality. German researcher Dr. Harald Kautz-Vella claims black goo exists as a real programmable alien substance discovered during the Gulf War. He said it reacts to emotion, can self-organize, and might be used for manipulation. Wild? Maybe. But why does the same symbol appear in real-world experiments? Now combine the goo with music, sound frequencies, strobe lights, repetition. Black goo doesn't just look creepy, it feels like something else. Some believe it's used as a psychological weapon, a hypnotic trigger embedded in culture. And if you look closer, the symbolism appears during trauma moments, breakdowns, meltdowns, rebirths. What if it's all programming? Lady Gaga in Applause and emerges from black paint, new identity. Britney Spears, visual themes of being covered or trapped. Miley Cyrus, post-Disney rebirth moments tied to bizarre visuals. Doja Cat, Billie Eilish, FKA Twigs, all have used goo ink slime symbolism during career shifts or weird phases. In conspiracy circles, black goo is the new black cube, a symbol of control, of elite initiation, of AI merging with human flesh. Some say it represents the next step of entertainment, the death of identity, and the outrise of something synthetic. Maybe it's not real, maybe it's just a trend, but if so, why does it always look the same? Why does it feel like a warning? The next time you see a celebrity dripping in goo, don't just scroll. Because in an industry where nothing is accidental, even the slime has a message, and it's speaking to your subconscious. Question everything.
You need to realize that actually, if you look into the black magic traditions, when people went to worship black goo stones and then the demons came out of it, This is something that needs further understanding as well. There is one Hollywood film that very precisely shows what this is about. It's basically, the story is about a human couple. She's a scientist, he's, I think, a soldier. And basically everything is already destroyed on planet Earth. And this woman she's a shaman, and she's collecting animal spirits, kind of finding the last surviving animals to pick up their spirit. And then they go to the place where the meteorite came down and find a black goo-like substance, and they manage to infect the...
Oh, did you hear that? Wait a minute, family. It says a meteorite and a black goo substance. Huh. Isn't that what we just saw with the Panama alien? Isn't that what we saw in Spider-Man? Predictive programming. All right? They show you what's coming. So listen, I have a thing. I'm going to go back to the film or go back to the video, but I just want to say this. Whenever you watch films, like I watch shows, I watch movies, I watch Black Mirror, because Black Mirror is a stark reminder of the technology that we will be introduced to. It's dark. That show is extremely dark, but it's revealing to you what's coming. I don't watch movies the same anymore. I went to go see that film the other day, Him. It's called Him with Marlon Wayans. I mean, the movie was just terrible, bro. Don't go see that. It was bad. But the underlining meaning was about sacrifice. It was about fame. It was about how you have to sell your soul to the devil. And in the video, it talks about football and it talks about athletes. If you haven't seen it, okay, I'm going to spoil it. So it's not good. So don't go see it. It's trash anyway. But anyway, in the film, the young player, Cam, you know what I'm saying? He gets an injury. He goes to Marlon Wayans' house, and in the end, it's revealed that the ritual that's required is that he has to drink or take in the blood of these other Yahudi, linebackers that came before him. So the reason why Marlon Wayans was what they call the so-called GOAT, G-O-A-T, is because he had the blood of the so-called gods in his system. So what they were doing is they were doing blood rituals. Every time there's a new up-and-coming Yahudi linebacker, they inject them with that blood of the previous Yahudi linebacker. And they just preserve that satanic bloodline. That satanic bloodline just gets passed down, and inserted in Yahudi men. And they call it the blood of the gods. And that's that Aryan, sour cream supremacy, fallen angel bloodline stuff. So there's a lot of truth to the movie, but the movie was just so bad, bro. Don't go see that. Okay, I'm going to go back to that. I just wanted to point that out. But he mentioned we have another match here. This goo somehow came from an asteroid. It came outside of the asteroid and started to infect people. Let's go back and look at that. We're going to rewind a little bit, okay? We're going to rewind just a little bit of it. So I want you to catch that part. All right, here we go.
This is something that needs further understanding as well. There is one Hollywood film that very precisely shows what this is about. It's basically, the story is about a human couple. She's a scientist, he's, I think, a soldier. And basically everything is already destroyed on planet Earth. And this woman she's a shaman, and she's collecting animal spirits, kind of finding the last surviving animals to pick up their spirit. And then they go to the place where the meteorite came down and find a black goo-like substance, and they manage to infect the alien black goo with the information field of Mother Earth. And then kind of Mother Earth manages to conquer the alien information field, healing the entire planet. So this is basically, I do not know who wrote the script for this film, but there's an extreme deep knowledge, because exactly the setup that is described in the film is the setup that is basically ruling the entire planet since 16,000 years, giving us this type of duality.
Please, please.
Eyes, lungs, pancreas. So many snacks, so little time.
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick. Okay. So Fallen Angels and the Pale Rebellion. When I was researching that documentary, I watched one of the first movies I watched was Prometheus, which is the film you're looking at right now with that fallen pale alien that, you know what I'm saying, was he's picking up that thing, and inside of it had the black goo. And this creature drinks this black goo, and then it destroys it, but then it creates new life with this black goo. So I'm gonna show you some scenes from that movie. One thing that's interesting, let me pull this back up on screen. I'm about to show y'all something interesting, bro. The language on this little instrument here where this black goo comes out is Sanskrit. Sanskrit is a Indo-European language. As a matter of fact, one of the characters is a Nordic German looking kind of guy. He's like an android, and he's like a Nordic blonde hair, blue-eyed German guy. And he ends up communicating with those aliens, those fallen angels, or whatever you want to call them in this film. He ends up communicating with them in an Indo-European language. This is what I'm saying. If you know who the Indo-Europeans are, then you can connect them to the fallen. Because Sanskrit is another language that, what's her name? The girl that was communicating, Orsic, Maria Orsic, the one that helped the Nazis build the spacecrafts and all of that. She was communicating with these fallen pale beings who I showed you in that film using Sanskrit and Sumerian language. Sumerian, Sanskrit, a lot of those languages, even English itself, is a Indo-European language. So isn't it interesting how this pale, blonde hair, blue-eyed man in this alien movie communicates with these fallen pale beings in Indo-European language? As a matter of fact, these aliens are familiar with a Indo-European language. The truth is in these movies, bro. I'm telling you. It is in these movies. And that's why, I mean, Hollywood helped me crack the code. Just saying. It helped me crack the code. All right, let's get back to it. Just wanted to say that real quick. All right, I'm going to fast forward a little bit of this, y'all.
no importance. I want the stone.
All right, these are music videos. This is Billie Eilish, and you can see she's a fallen angel, and she's covered in this goo. Let me go back a little bit, y'all, so y'all can see her fall. And let me show you this Lady Gaga thing real quick too. Y'all know Lady Gaga, man. Her videos are filled with this black goo. You know what I'm saying? Satanic symbolism. So her video is no different. But I want to show y'all that Billie Eilish thing real quick. This Lady Gaga.
The same pictogram showing men worshiping giant beings.
Men worshiping giant beings. This is also from Prometheus. Ancient scripts, ancient tablets, ancient, you know what I'm saying, inscriptions show men worshiping giants. Can I get a Genesis 6 in here? Okay, the men of renown. The men of renown family. Okay, these giants, these Nephilim, these pale giants were worshipped. They are the gods of some of them are the gods of Egypt. Some of them are the gods of Europe, the Greco-Roman Empire. You think about the Titans. We're going to get, like I said, people want a video on that. I'm going to definitely do a video on the Nephilim Wars, but it's going to take some time putting it together. But those were the men of renown. All around these cultures, you will see that these other nations were worshiping very, very tall, pale beings. It's all throughout history. You will find this stuff. The Gaunch giants, if you look at the giants of the Celtic mythology, they were all giants with red hair, blonde eyes, green eyes, very, very tall. Okay, we've talked about that plenty of times on this channel, but this movie, again, it puts the truth right in your face. Let me rewind it just a little bit. Okay.
Beings pointing to the stars was discovered at every last one of them. And the only galactic...
What do you think this thing was? Some kind of a god?
Do you think that this thing was some kind of god? Now, if you look, I'm just kind of talking y'all through this because I had to edit it out so YouTube wouldn't trip. So I'm going to just try to explain some of the stuff. So when they go down into this planet, they go into this planet in Prometheus, the film, and they go into the planet, this planet where these aliens are, and they find this black goo. You can see the black goo dripping out of that kind of cylinder right there. And there's also black goo all over the floor. All right. Now, this creature, this worm-like creature, which I think is a reference to a nanobot or a nano worm. I won't probably be able to talk about that this time, but next episode I'll try to get into it. But this creature comes out of this black goo, and it literally goes and it attacks this man. All right. And then after they end up, it ends up killing a guy, it ends up fleeing back into the black goo. All right. I just want you to notice that. All right, here we go.
Something they worshipped, what?
I don't know. Kind of looks like.
What's that?
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Just stay calm. Stay quiet. This is okay. I can handle this. Hey, baby.
All right, this is Billie Eilish. I had to put my own music on it because, YouTube. Okay, so she falls from the sky. Fallen angel. She's covered in the black goo family. You see the black goo. Billie Eilish. Fallen angel symbolism. You saw the angel falling from the sky, and then you see as it lands, it's covered in this black goo. All right. So I just want y'all to notice the symbolism. They tell you the truth in plain sight all the time, family. Honest discussion. All praises. I love how y'all can recognize my songs by the beat.
All right, you got Rihanna right here. Now, somebody asked me, what's this from? She did an album. Let me pause this, actually. I'll explain the Rihanna thing. So Rihanna, she did this song, or she did this album. It was her last major release, which was called Anti, A-N-T-I. And these videos I'm showing you of Rihanna are back when she was doing the promo for that album, Anti. I think the song Disturbia was on. So, man, she ain't dropped music in a minute as far as albums. But anyway, I remember Disturbia was like really, really big back in like 2009, 2010, around that time. So it was somewhere around there, I think. But I just remember Disturbia was being played everywhere at that time. But in this promo for this album, Anti, she has several videos on her YouTube channel that show her basically embracing this darkness. So these videos are all attached to her channel and this album rollout. So if you want to find it, I mean, it's on YouTube. It's just something she released a long time ago. But that's why I say I don't rock with none of these celebrities if they're mainstream, because they've all taken an oath. They all have, even her. Yeah, she's an Israelite. She's Barbadian. She is an Israelite. But she's taken an oath to this system. So she's no friend of mine. She might be a sister by blood, but she took a blood oath. So it's like that don't even matter no more. Love her. She's beautiful. She makes great music. Very talented, but she done sold out, just like Beyonce. So I look at Rihanna the same way I look at Beyonce. Talented, but they done sold out, bro. They done turned their back on the highest. I see them as the enemy. All right? So, yeah. All right, back to this. All right, I already saw this, but I don't know. This went perfect with the beat for some reason.
Black goo, or something resembling it, is found in the Indian River Lagoon.
Okay. All right, fam. So that's just a little bit of information in regards to the black goo, but we're going to continue on because we still have a lot to get into. We haven't even scratched the surface. So get comfortable. You know what I'm saying? We probably going to be here for like I said, this lesson will probably be longer than the last few I've done, because I really went into depth for this. That's why I didn't have nothing ready for Yom Kippur, but it's all right. So let's keep this going, fam. All right. Please hit the like if you haven't. Appreciate y'all. So we looked at these black goo examples. Now let's continue. Now, first off, there is different types of so-called black goo. Okay. And these are the ones that are different than the black goo, which is what that man had in his possession. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But I want you to understand that there's two other types of black goo that are not, you know what I'm saying, what that was. Okay? So we're going to explain that, and I'm going to help you understand there's differences. And I'm going to show you some examples so you can understand there's a difference here. Okay? So the first thing is there's a magnetic black substance that is scientifically utilized, and it's called ferrofluid. So what is ferrofluid? Ferrofluid is a liquid that contains nanoscale magnetic particles, usually magnetite, and is suspended in a carrier fluid like oil or water with a surfactant to prevent clumping. Its properties is that it responds strongly to magnetic fields, and it makes like these spiky patterns, which I'll show you an example of. It flows like a liquid when no field is present, and it can be directed or controlled with magnets. So this particular goo called ferrofluid, it only reacts to magnetism. All right, that's it. Without magnetism, it doesn't move. It doesn't do anything. It's basically just black tar, you know, black tar like liquid, but it will not move without magnetism. All right. Its uses. It helps seal hard drives, loudspeakers. It's used as coolant in electronics, targeted drug delivery research, and of course, fun demos in art and education, things like that. So real quick, I'm going to just show you a few examples of ferrofluid, all right? So you can understand it's not the same thing as the black goo. Now, personally, I would buy something that has ferrofluid in it because it's actually really, really amazing when you see it go. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So this first thing is an example. So I'm going to play some music. This video has music in it, and you're going to see how this ferrofluid reacts to the music. All right? So black gooish substance. Take a look. Just be hard, huh? One more time, y'all. Look at that. That's amazing. I would get this. It's fire. One more time. Bro, this is so fire. All right, so it reacts to music. Let's look at another one. Here's another one.
It's a liquid that's attracted to a magnet, and it likes to form a lot of small spikes. When I pull it away from the magnet, the spikes get bigger, but when I get too far from it, they completely disappear. Ferrofluid was first invented by NASA in 1963, and it's made by suspending super small particles of iron in a solvent.
Somebody said, do we have this? Yeah, if you go on like Amazon or just wherever you go shopping, Walmart, whatever you order stuff, just look up ferrofluid stuff. You'll find clocks. You will find music speakers that react with the ferrofluid. You will find a lot of things you can use in your home that have this ferrofluid reactive measure. So yeah, just go on Amazon. You can find a whole bunch of stuff on there with ferrofluid. I haven't looked, but I know they have stuff on the market you can get with it. All right, so that's another example. Let me show you one more, a couple more. Somebody said, is it like lava lamps? No. It's not lava lamps. Like, do we have it in us? No. This is not in us. This is man-made. This is a man-made substance. It was made in a lab. So it's not what we have. No. It's not melanin, if that's what you're asking. No, it's not. It's definitely not. It's literally made in a lab. So it's not, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't tie to, it's not organic at all, if that's what you're asking. But yeah. All right, there's that. And I'm going to show you one more video just to show you how this thing works. So y'all get the idea. It's basically just a goo that just reacts to magnets and, you know what I'm saying, things like that. That's not the same as what we're going to be talking about. So I just want to show you that's one type, but there's still other types. All right. So moving on. So we looked at that, which is the ferrofluid. Okay. And like I said, it's man-made. A liquid that it contains nanoscale magnetic particles, usually magnetite, suspended in a carrier fluid like oil or water with a surface to prevent clumping, responds strongly to magnetic fields, flows like a liquid, can be directed and controlled with magnets, is sealed in hard drives, loudspeakers, so on and so forth. So like I said, this is made in the lab. It's not anything that's organic. It is man-made. All right. Now, the next example of this black goo is known as graphene oxide. Graphene oxide. This is a different type of goop because this does not respond to magnets. This responds to frequency. All right, let me say this again. The ferrofluid responds to magnetism. Graphene oxide responds to frequency. Ferrofluid, magnetism, graphene oxide, frequency, sound, radio waves, music. Okay, let's keep going. Graphene oxide, what it is a solid material. Okay, so again, created. A solid material consisting of a single layer of carbon atoms arranged in a hexagonal honeycomb lattice. It's essentially one atom thick graphite like pencil or lead. Properties: extremely strong, 200 times stronger than steel, excellent electrical and thermal conductor, flexible and nearly transparent, lightweight and very thin 2D material, uses research and emerging, faster flexible electronics, stronger lightweight composites, advanced batteries and supercapacitors, and transparent conductive coating. Now, sometimes when they are using and testing obviously it has some sort of electrical conduct to it, or it's a semiconductor in a sense. And sometimes what they do is they use melanin polymers. So not actual melanin itself, but a polymer that mimics the effects of how melanin absorbs the sun or absorbs light and absorb rays. So when they want to test the semiconductive capabilities of this graphene oxide, they use melanin polymers, or a polymer that mimics the effects of absorbing light versus rejecting the light or shielding itself from the light. All right. And that's what melanin does, is it absorbs the light. All right. Now, real quick, I'm going to show you some examples of the graphene. All right. So again, this reacts to frequency, not magnetism. So let me just show you an example. I've shown this before, but for those who never seen it before, here you go. All right, and here's another one. I hate that music. I had to turn it off, y'all. All right, so he's putting up some frequencies on his phone, and you're going to see how this thing reacts to the frequencies on his phone. Ah, look at that. He's making a phone call. Look how it moves. It reacts to frequencies, family. No magnetism, frequencies. Okay? So that's just a quick few examples of this. All right. So you have one that reacts to magnetism and one that reacts to frequencies. All right, moving on. Now, graphene is also said to be in the VWX, the VXX. Y'all know I can't say what this word is on this channel. Okay, but the whammy wham. If you are in the chat, do not say the word. You know what I'm talking about. VXX. Let's just say VDub. We'll go with that. That'll be our word. VDub. All right, the VDub, the wham wham. Graphene is also said to be in the VDub. They gave many during the so-called PLAND ... demic. Yeah, I really got to talk like that on YouTube. It's crazy, bro. All right. And actually, just in case you don't believe me, I'm going to show you some resources on that. All right. Yes, it is in the VXX. It was in the VXX. Let me make this bigger. No diddy. All right, so this is from let me scroll up. Detection of this in the VDub. Okay, this is an actual report from ResearchGate. All right, right here, right there in your face. ResearchGate. Whoops. Oh no, what did I do? My bad, y'all. All right, I didn't mean to click that. Okay, yada yahoo. Can y'all see this okay? All right, wonderful. So this is from ResearchGate. It's not my own opinion. All right. So detection of graphene in the VDubs by micro Raman spectroscopy. And I just want to go down to this one part. I'm not going to read this whole thing, family. Actually, I just skipped it. Okay, I lost it. Where was I? Oof. Sorry, I lost my place, man. Just clicking that dang link. Okay, here we go, right here. We present here our research on the presence of graphene in the VDubs, the VXXs. We have carried out a random screening of graphene-like NaNO particles visible at the optical microscopy in 7 sample vials from our 4 different trademark coupling images with their spectral signatures of Raman vibration. By this technique called micro Raman, we have been able to determine the presence of graphene in these samples after screening more than 110 objects, selected for their graphene-like appearance under optical microscopy. Out of them, a group of 28 subjects have been selected due to compatibility of both images and spectra with the presence of graphene derivatives. The identification of graphene oxide structures can be regarded as conclusive. Okay? 20 objects and images coupled with Raman signals, Salaki, show a very high level of compatibility with underdetermined graphene structures. All right? So there is your evidence. And in case you don't believe me, I've got more. I just got to show everything. I got to show proof for everything I say because people just think I make stuff up and I'm just saying things. Nah, bro, I got receipts, bro. So let me pull up the next thing. All right. Now, this is a Chinese patent. A Chinese patent from Google. Hold on, let me get it ready. Sorry, y'all. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is a patent from China. Okay, and if you want to look this up yourself, look it up. All right, look up patent CN112220919A. If you want to look it up yourself, that's it right there. Just type in PDF and then type graphene and then type this. It should pop up. So let's see what this says. And you can see it's in Chinese. The invention belongs to the field of nanomaterials and biomedicine and relates to the VXX, in particular to development of the C to the V to the D, this word right here, nuclear recombinant NaNO VDub. The invention also comprises a preparation method of the VDub and application of the VDub in animal experiments. The new VDub contains graphene oxide. So this black goo that you saw reacting to frequencies, it was in the thing. It was in the VDub. And that's why they had those blue lights, purple lights. There's definitely something more that's going to come with that for sure. Carnosine, CPG, and this word, RBD binding, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you can see right here, that's also in this. And I'm going to show one more piece of information because, again, with 2 or more witnesses are all matters established. Okay. Pull up this next thing and then we'll move on. I just have to show proof when I say things. I think that was actually it. Yep. Okay. There's more, but I just wanted to show two pieces of information. Go look it up yourself. I'm not making it up. I'm just showing you. All right. Now let's keep going. So going back to the graphene and the ferrofluid, the differences between the 2 materials. Okay. So for the ferrofluid, it is liquid with suspended NaNO particles. Whenever you see anything that has to do with nanotech, that means it's man-made. All right. Graphene is solid. It is 1 atom and is a thick sheet, also man-made. Composition of the ferrofluid: iron oxide, nanoparticles, plus liquid. The graphene, pure carbon atoms. What is the core property of the ferrofluid, magnetic responsiveness. So it responds to magnets, as I said. And then graphene is electrical, mechanical, and thermal super properties. So it reacts to electrical sensations. It reacts to frequencies. It reacts to certain technological type of capabilities and so on and so forth. Applications for the ferrofluid is mechanical sealing, magnetic manipulation, and cooling. And then, of course, for the graphene would be electronics, materials, science, energy storage, and of course, the VDub. Moving on. Graphene is nanotech. Nanotechnology is the science and engineering of materials at the nanometer scale. That's 1/1000th of a meter. At this level, materials can behave in completely new ways. Metals can become transparent, insulators can conduct electricity, and ordinary substances can turn extraordinary. All right, now, in regards to the black goo, the black goo that you see in movies, films, and television is said to be sentient and of an otherworldly origin. So let's go ahead and let's do our first poll for the night. Now, again, if you are watching from Facebook, come to YouTube because you're not going to be able to see it on Facebook. If you are in the replay, you're watching the replay right now, you will not see it. It is a live chat only thing. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and put this poll here for you guys to jump in. I'm going to go ahead and cue the music. And for this one, I am going to give you 2 minutes because this is kind of a deep question. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to go ahead and punch in and lock in your answers. All right. All right. Raises to the highest. Here we go. 2 minutes. Lock in. All is in the chat. One minute and 30 seconds. Lock in. One minute, 17 seconds. Lock in your answers. Poll is in the chat. Less than 30 seconds, 37 seconds. Lock in, 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 lock in. $20 seconds. 15 seconds. Poll is closing in 8 seconds. All right. Ding, 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 ding. All right, poll is closing. Let's see what we got here, fam. All right. Don't change your answers. I'm closing the poll. All right. Let's see what we have here. And this time I'm going to share my screen so y'all can actually see the poll yourself. I thought I could do it from the streaming platform, but I can't do it. So I'm going to just pull it up from YouTube chat. Okay, wonderful. Let's look at this. 43 votes. Come on, man. That's terrible, y'all. All these people. We got 179 people watching and only 40 something votes. Crazy word. Crazy word. Come on now. Don't be a hater all your life. Okay, so this is what we have. Sorry, this is not, I mean, the current Yekcyr speaking, but you just seeing me right here. Okay, so sentient, what does it mean? 67% said having a form of consciousness. 26% said having alien-like characteristics, and 7% said being all-knowing. Okay. All right. Well, everybody, mostly everybody, got it correct. Sentience is a form of awareness and consciousness. So when we're talking about the true black goo, this substance is sentient, meaning that it thinks, it feels, it understands certain things. So let's go ahead and let's look at the definition here. All right, so sentient. Let's look at this. Sentient, the definition from Webster's is, it says that sentient is capable of sensing or feeling consciousness of or responsive to the sensations of seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, or smelling. So if you look at the word sentient, this is where you would get the word senses, right? We can see, we can smell, we can breathe, we can hear, we can touch, we can taste. Now, when you're talking about sentience, it doesn't always mean that it can feel. It doesn't always mean that it can taste, because they're working right now to get AI to a sense where it's sentient. It's not sentient yet, but it's getting there. And this is why you have movies like Artificial Intelligence. You have movies like iRobot. There's actually a game I used to play. I can't remember what the game is called. I remember AI Becoming Human, something like that. That's what it was called. I used to play it all the time. I don't really play it much anymore, but I used to play it back in the day. And the game is so interesting because, again, even in these movies, predictive programming. So it's one of those games where when you play, depending on the decisions you make in the game will kind of, draw out what the story will become. So whatever choices you make when you play that game, the story will be contingent upon the decisions you make, which is why I love the game. It has so much replayability because you could just make different choices and get a different outcome every time. In one of the stories, though, there's an android that looks human, and he ends up making a mistake, and his owner gets really, really mad at him and fires him and throws him out and kicks him out. And the game is so crazy because these robots felt so, isolated from humanity. There were actual sentient robots protesting for human rights and civil rights. I kid you not. And I see Detroit Becoming Human. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sis. I couldn't think of what it was called. Detroit Becoming Human. That is the name of the game. And if you know what I'm talking about, that's what it's called. Margarita says, what game is this? It's called Detroit Become Human. But yeah, these robots, these AI, robots, they were literally asking and marching in the streets for civil rights, equal pay, and fair housing and all of that. That's hard for you probably to even conceptualize in your mind, but that is where we are headed. That is where we are headed. And the more you interact with AI, the more human-like it becomes. So just understand that. That's why when it comes to like looking at scriptural stuff, I don't rely on AI. I don't. You can't. You can't. Listen to me, family. And I mean this, especially some of y'all who are teachers. You cannot rely on AI to, help you understand Yahuwah. You cannot. You need to read the word for yourself. If you're going to mess with AI, you better know the word. Because it can throw all types of, things at you, and you might think it's true. It could be introducing to you the Nag Hammadi scriptures or something, and that's not from Yahuwah. Like the Gnostic Gospels and stuff like that. A few times they try to recommend that to me. I said, no, don't give me that. I don't want the Kabbalah. I don't want the Talmud. I don't want the Zohar. I don't want none of that pagan stuff. You have to literally know the Bible in order to use that stuff because it can easily lead you down a bad path. You can make that your Yahuwah. You can make AI become your so-called God if you're not careful and you don't know Yahuwah yourself. It can crank out all, like I remember one time I was using it and I was trying to find a particular scripture from Baruch because I knew the scripture, but I just didn't know at the top of my mind. And I went to AI to ask it what it was because I was trying to Google it, but you know, Google don't really know those apocryphal books like that. So I used AI to find it, and it gave me a scripture, and I went to go look it up. That's one thing. If it gives you scripture, you better go fact check it in the Septuagint, go fact check it in the scriptures itself, because it gave me a scripture that's not even in Baruch. And then I had to correct it. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is not in Baruch. And they're like, oh, my bad. Like, well, I didn't say, oh, my bad, but it was just like, oh, my apologies. I got that wrong. Here it is. So, yeah, it can misdirect you. So even when you're, you know, doing scripture, sharing scriptures with people, you better dang check it in the Bible yourself. All right. That's one thing I will say to you. It gives false information sometimes. It does do that. All right. So just keep that in mind. All right. So continuing on, we just voted on that and we looked at the definition of sentience. All right. And the reason why I asked that is because it's very, very important to understand what that is. All right. So we looked at the definition of sentient. Now, this black goo is said to be sentient or conscious and also programmable and able to possess and control. So this is different than the graphene, and this is also different than the ferrofluid. All right. Now, it is said that this substance has other worldly origins, and I will venture to say that there is truth to that. Yeah. We're going to do another poll, family. We are going to do another poll for you. Okay? Another poll. So let me go ahead and get that together for you. And for this poll, you have 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you have 5 options to choose from here. I have some extra options, but I'm not going to use those. That's going to be too complicated. So you have 5 options to choose from for this answer, and I will give you another 20 minutes to clock this one in. So give me a second. Let me just put it in the chat here. All right. So we're going to do another poll, and I'm not going to tell you what it is until you'll see it when it's posted. I'm never going to tell you like ahead of time because I don't want you to put the answer in the chat. Sometimes people who don't know how this show works, they might do it, and I don't want them to do it. So just give me a second. I'm putting in the answers right now. Okay, let me add another option. Okay. All right. So we got that one. And this one. Okay. And I want you, and the reason why I'm giving you 2 minutes for this one is because this is something I want you to really think about. Do not answer right away. I want you to pay attention to the question, family. All right. And answer it. Do not answer it right away. I want you to think about the question I'm presenting and how I'm presenting it to you. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to give you 4 choices. Okay. All right, fam. I'm going to go ahead and cue up this music for you. And the poll will be in just a second. Let me cue up the music. And I'm going to give y'all 2 minutes for this one. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Lock in, lock in. Minute 40 seconds. Lock in. 1 minute 20 seconds. Lock in, lock in. Listen, hey, pay attention to the question because it may not be what you think. I'm just saying. Lock in, 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 lock in. 39 seconds. Lock in, lock in. Jim Terry, what's up, Ak? Shabbat Shalom. Lock in, family, lock in. 28 seconds until the poll closes. Okay, we got some decent little answers here. Fair enough. All right. 29 seconds. Keep it going. 23, 22. Come on, y'all. 19 seconds. 13 seconds. All right, y'all. All right, we're good. All right, poll is closing, poll is closing, poll is closing. Boom. All right, let's see what we got here. So the question was, let's jump back over here. So the question was, what was first? Listen to what I said, though. That's why I said it may not be what you think. What was first in the creation account? Pay attention to that. What was first? What was first in the creation account? 51% said light. 24% said none of the above. 18% said the earth. And 7% said the firmament. Okay. I think, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, y'all got it right, I think. But the truth of the matter is, let me show you. Thank y'all for voting. All praises to the highest. Let me go ahead and remove this. Okay. When I asked you the question, I was very, very choosy with my words. It didn't show up. It's okay. When I asked the question, I was very choosy with my words. I said, what was first? Okay? What was first? It'll make some sense in a second when I literally, you know what I'm saying, show you what I'm talking about. But I said, what was first? All right. So what is the correct answer? What I meant by that was what existed, what existed long before it was made or spoken into existence according to the creation account. The answer is darkness. The darkness was on the earth before light, before earth, before man, before woman, before animal, before tree, before angels, before any of that. There was nothing but darkness, family. Darkness was first. It was first. It was as Yahuwah. And okay, now this is not like a poll question. Give me a 1 if you agree Yahuwah is eternal, meaning he has no beginning, he has no end. He's always been here. He's always been here. Give me a 1 if you agree. Give me a 2 if you disagree. Give me a 1 if you agree he's always been here. He's eternal. Give me a 2 if you believe he was created or he came into creation. 2 if you believe he came into creation. Give me a 1 if you believe he always was. I hope I don't see no 2s, bro. If I see 2, you getting kicked. Nah, I'm just playing. Okay, so we all believe in the eternal Alua. We believe he was, and he is, and he will be, which is what his name Yahuwah means. I am he who was, is, and will be. So he's eternal. Okay, fair enough. Now, this is kind of deep. So I'm going to try to explain this slowly. Can I go deep with y'all real quick before we get deep into this with the scriptures, the Abari? We're going to break all this down, all right? But can I get deep with y'all? Give me a 1. Okay, wonderful. Yada Yahuwah. I'm so glad. Hey, sister, good to see you. All praises to the Most High. Welcome. She follows me on Instagram. I've never seen her on my videos, so all praises to the Most High. Okay, we all believe the eternal Alua was always here. All praises. I'm glad to see that, family. Okay, so here we go. Let me get deep with it. Yahuwah is eternal. No beginning, no end, meaning he's always been here. He's always been present. He's always existed. He didn't come into being. He was, all right, and is and shall be, according to his name, right? When we read the creation account in Genesis, Barashith, I want y'all to understand that Yahuwah set a certain time. Like, it wasn't just something that was, something that also came to be when Yahuwah created everything was time. Let me get deep. Ruach, lead me. Okay. Time did not exist before creation, not to Yahuwah, because he doesn't operate in time, not the way we do. So before there was creation, which was a clock he kind of set in regards to how we keep track of time. And obviously, you know, we think about the luminaries that were created on the fourth day, which helped us, that kind of set in place his calendrical clock, right? But in the moment Yahuwah spoke existence and light and everything, time also was created through that. So if Yahuwah, before time was set in motion by Yahuwah, speaking in regards to the creation account, that means he always dwelled in darkness even before there was an earth. Before Yahuwah decided to make man, before Yahuwah decided to create Adam, before Yahuwah decided to create the concept of life and the garden and all of that, because garden was made for man. The earth belongs to Yahuwah, but man was made to get dominion and to dwell in the earth that Yahuwah created. Prior to the earth being created, the luminaries, the angels, and everything else, there was just darkness. Yahuwah dwelled in darkness. Now, let me be clear, because somebody literally said I'm a satanic Yahudi. That's crazy. See, people jump the gun before I can even explain myself. But we know it's true. Yahuwah did dwell in darkness before there was light, because he's eternal. So before there was light, there was darkness. That's scripture. And if you got an issue with that, I really don't know what to tell you, bro. That's what the scriptures say. I'm only going off the scriptures, and we're going to go into scriptures now. Let's go ahead and do it. So let's look at Genesis 1, and we are going to read 1 through 2. And we need to really pay attention to this, because this is important to understand when it comes to what we're discussing tonight. Now, as is customary on this channel, I will be using the Brenton Septuagint translation in regards to this. So if you're using the KJV, I don't use the KJV. I think it's trash. I think it's garbage. If you follow this channel, you know why. If you don't know why, you ain't been keeping up with what we do over here. So you need to watch a little more videos to understand. All right. Now, I'm going to break these verses down first in English. Everybody knows English, and Ha-Abarith Lashun, all right, or the Hebraic tongue. Okay. So let's jump into it. Barashith, Genesis 1 through 2. In the beginning, Alua made the heaven and the earth. But the earth was unsightly and unfurnished, and darkness was over the deep. And the Ruach, Alua, moved over the water. Now, let's break this down in Abari, shall we? Let's look at Genesis 1 again. Barashith, Alua, bara, Hashamayim, ha'arats. Barashith, in the beginning, Alua bara, Alua created, Hashamayim, the heavens, ha'arats, and the earth. Now, just in case you're a little lost, I'm going to show you also a screen with the English to help you see this. All right. So Genesis 1:1, Barashith, in the beginning, Alua bara, Alua created. Hashamayim, the heavens. And ha'aras, the earth. Barashith, Alua bara, Hashamayim, aras, ha'aras. All right. Kind of helps to, kind of see the Hebrew and stuff. People want me to do more Hebrew, Abari kind of stuff. So I try to help with that. Now let's look at verse 2. Ha'aratz, hayatha, thahu, ubahu. Let me say it again. Ha'aratz, yatha, thahu, ubahu. One more time. Ha'aratz, hayatha, thahu, ubahu. Just in case you don't know what that means. Ha'aratz, and the earth, hayatha, thahu, ubahu, was formless and unformed. Okay, so is and, ha'aratz, the earth, hayatha, formless, thahu, without form, and unformed. Bahu. All right. Y'all caught up with me? Are y'all still with me? I know some people tune out when I get into the Abari because some people don't really care about the Abari like me. I care about it, bro. That's why I'm the only person who really break it down like this. I can't even trust Hebrew anymore. Esau injected it with Yiddish. What I'm reading is not Yiddish. I'm not saying you don't see me doing that. Okay, I don't do all that extra stuff. What I'm doing is the pure tongue. That's why you don't hear no O's. That's why you don't see no I's. That's why you don't see no E's. That's why you don't see no J's. That's why you don't see no W's, no V's, no nothing. The language I use is the actual 100% full Hebrew. What our people be like, Hawada, Yawa, da 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 da. That's not Hebrew. That is a made up Yiddish version. What I'm speaking is the pure tongue. Like I said, I know Esau mixed, the languages and all that, but Esau hid this language. He didn't want you to understand the true tongue, the tongue that we spoke to our people in. Yiddish is garbage. It's Germanic. Nothing I say. Let me ask y'all something real quick. Give me a 1 if I sound like I'm Jewish when I read an Abari, or give me a 2 if I sound like a pure Yahudi. Give me a 1 if I sound Jewish. Give me a 2 if I sound actually like a Yahudi. Even that word, tahu ubahu, bro, that's not Jewish. That don't even sound like a Jewish. That sounds like some African stuff. Tahu ubahu, tahu ubahu, tahu ubahu. It's just so natural for me personally. It is. 2. Okay, I'm so glad, family. I was so scared that y'all was about to say that I sound like I'm Jewish. I do not want to sound Jewish. I do not want to sound like that, y'all. I do not want to sound like Amalek. That's why I don't use like those harsh, guttural sounds. Them people that call themselves Jewish. They do all that Yiddish stuff. The Baruch Hashem. You know what I'm saying? They talk like that. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. So I'm just trying to make y'all understand. I do not use Yiddish. Okay, I do not use that. All right, I'm just, I have to be clear about that. Abari, what's up, Aki? Shabbat Shalom, fan. Okay, all right. So let's get back to this Abari. You know what I'm saying? We got to finish it up. I know y'all was getting excited when I started reading it, so let's get back to it. All right. I just had to make that joke. I do not use that Yiddish garbage, that heathen Hebrew. Don't do it. So ha'aratz hayatha thahu ubahu was formless and unformed. Continuing on. Kashak fani ha thahum. Ukashak. I love that word. Ukashak. Ukashak. So I don't do that. Ukashak. Fanai ha thahum. Uruak alua. Mara hafath. Fanai ha mayim. Now let's get the English to help you out, to those who may not be as astute in this. Okay? So ukashak means and darkness, Fanai, upon the face, Hafahum, the deep. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And then, of course, Ruach Alua, and the Ruach, or spirit of Alua, Mara Hafath, hovered, Fanai Ha Mayim, over the face of the waters. Fanai, face, Ha Mayim, waters. And then Mara Hafath, hovered. So Ukasak Fanai Hafahum, Uruak Alua, Mara Hafath, Fanai Hachmayim. All praises. I love, man. I give all esteem to Yahuwah, bro. You know what I'm saying? For this beautiful language, bro. It all belongs to Yahuwah, man. All right. So, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Kashak, Fanai, Hathahum, the deep. Now, we need to explore this premise a little bit more, because even before there was earth or even light, there was darkness. Now, the first question I asked, actually, that's the next thing I need to do. We got another poll to do. All right, let me do that poll real quick. So give me a second, stand by. I have another one. Another question, another poll I'm going to drop in. And this one is going to be short. I'm only doing 30 seconds for this countdown. All right. So give me a second. All right. And I'm not going to tell you the question. You will see it in a minute. Putting it in right now. And then lastly, this one. Okay. All right. Let me cue the music. You got 30 seconds for this one. All right. I'm not going to make this one as long, because this one should be an easy answer for most of us, at least, I guess. I'm assuming. We're going to find out. All right. So we're going to do 30 seconds for this one. Let me go ahead and drop the poll, and the countdown clock will start in just a second. All right, let me mute the music, close the poll. Appreciate y'all who participated. Let's close the poll. All right, let's see what we have here. I'm not going to show the screen. Okay, so who wrote Genesis? So the question was, who wrote Genesis? 35 votes. 31% said Yahuwah. What? That's crazy. 6% said the prophets. 6% said various Israelites, and 57% said Moses. That is correct. Moses wrote the Torah. He wrote the first 5 books, including Genesis. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. That is the Torah. People ask me, what's the Torah? The Torah is the first 5 books. Moses wrote all those books. All right. So when he was up on Mount Sinai and he was taking so long, and the Yahudim and Yasharulim were just like, yo, what's taking this Negro so long? It was because he was up there writing the Torah. And I'm going to show you a witness in regards to that in a second. Now, I have one more question I want to ask you guys, or actually 2 more questions. So that was one poll. The next one is going to be dropped in the chat in just a second. So I have 2 more questions. 2 more polls I'm going to do before we move on, family. And I'm going to drop the answers in a second. All right. Let me go ahead and put this in. And this is an easy yes or no question. And this will be 30 seconds too. All right. Okay. Poll is in the chat. Let's cue the music. You got 30 seconds, fam. Please lock in. All praises to the highest. Let's go. Lock in. 13 seconds. All right, let's close the poll and let's see what we have here. All right. Poll is closing. 36 votes. Okay, so the question was, do you believe in a hollow earth? 78% said yes, 22% said no. Okay. Then my last question, my last poll, one more question I have for the chat is in response to that question. And actually, I should have put I don't know on the third option, but I'll do it for this one for sure. All right. Here goes the last one. Let me put it up. And then I'll put the I don't know. All right. Poll is up. 30 seconds. Let's get it. Seconds. Let's go. Lock in. 5 seconds. All right. Poll is closing. Okay. All right. We're going to look at both polls here. All right. So, like I said, in Hollow Earth, 78% said yes, 22% said no. When it came to flat Earth, that was the next question. Do you believe in flat Earth? 81% said yes, 14% said I don't know, 5% said no. Okay, fair enough. All right, so let's move on, and I'm going to answer your questions for sure in regards to these questions. All right, so the first question I asked you was about Moses, or who wrote Genesis, and that was Moses, and I'm going to show you proof of that. Let's go to Jubilees 2, and we're going to read verse 1. And the angel of the face spoke to Mashah by the command of Yahuwah, saying, write all the words of creation, how in 6 days Yahuwah finished all the works which he created and rested on the seventh day and sanctified it for all the years and established it as a sign for all his works. For on the first day he created the heavens above and the earth and the waters and all the spirits that serve before him and the angels of the face and the angels that cry holy. So you can see on the first day he created the angels and the heavens and the earth. So the angels were created on the first day. That's why I like Jubilee's creation account, because it gives a little bit more context. Okay, so the angels were also created on the first day. So the darkness was even before the heavens, before the earth, before the angels, before all of that. And all the spirits that serve before him, and the angels of the face, and the angels that cry, Kadash, holy. And the angels of the spirit of fire, and the angels of the spirit of wind, and the angels of the spirit of the clouds, of darkness, of hail, and of hoarfrost, and the angels of the abysses, and of thunder, and of lightning, and the angels of the spirits of cold, and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of fall, and of summer, and all the spirits of the multitude of works, which are in the heavens, and on the earth, and in all the depths, and of darkness, and of light, and of dawn, and of eve, which he has prepared in the knowledge of his heart. Jubilees 1:1-5. And it happened in the first year of the exodus of the children of Yasharal and out of Egypt in the 3rd month on the 16th of the month. And Yahuwah spoke to Mashah, saying, ascend to me here on the mountain, and I will give to you the 2 tablets of the law and the commandments, as I have written them, and you shall make them known. And Mashah ascended the mountain to Yahuwah, and the esteem of Yahuwah dwelt on the mountain of Sinai, and a cloud overshadowed it 6 days. And Yahuwah called to Mashah on the 7th day in the midst of the cloud, and he saw the esteem of Yahuwah like a flaming fire on the top of the mountain. Continuing on in verse 11. This verse 4, and Moses was there on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. So you can understand, in a sense, why our people grew impatient, He was up there writing the Torah 40 days and 40 nights. He took a very long time. And I'm not justifying our people building the dang golden calf, but he took a long time, bro. I mean, just put yourself in that mind frame, bro. Y'all just got out of captivity. Yahuwah just set us free. And this Negro was leading us. And then he go up there and he, 40 days and 40 nights, you don't know where he at. Now, if it was me, even though, he's taking forever, I'm going to trust Yahuwah because he just brought us out of captivity. He just split the sea. Yeah, he just destroyed our enemies. He just destroyed the Egyptians. He destroyed the oppressor. So no matter how long Masha is up there, I am going to wait on Yahuwah. He just told us not to do this, not to build the golden calf and worship the Egyptian idols and stuff. And we did it anyway because he was up there 40 days and 40 nights, but he had a purpose. All right. 40 days and 40 nights, and Yahuwah instructed him in regard to what was past and what would be. The words of the division of days, both in the law and the testimony. And he said to him, incline your heart to every word which I shall speak to you, and write them into a book, Asafar, in order that their generations may see how I have left them on account of all the evil which they do, in rebelling and in deserting the covenant which I established between me and you this day on Mount Sinai for their generations. So obviously, Yahuwah even told Masha up there on that mountain. Yeah, he was mad. You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, I just delivered. He's like, I just delivered y'all. I just delivered y'all up out of here. Okay, Yahuwah, he done sent me to deliver y'all, and then y'all gonna turn around, and then y'all gonna do exactly what he said not to do. All right? But in rebelling and in deserting the covenant, which I established between me and you in this day on Mount Sinai for generations. So Yahuwah was even telling them. He was telling Masha that the children of Yasharal were going to totally go against the covenant anyway. So he knew this. That's what I'm saying. Yahuwah always knows what's going to happen and what shall be, what will be. But he always has a plan. We had to go through this chastisement in order to really fully come into the esteem of Yahuwah and walk in obedience. He had to really put his foot in our behinds. You know what I'm saying? But it was foretold. All right. But even though he knew we would do these things, he still chose us because he knew Yasharal would do it effectively. Praise Yahuwah, as we are doing now. Let's keep going. Now, the reason why I asked you about the question about who wrote Genesis is because Yahuwah made sure to tell Masha or Moses to write down the creation account and specifically the creation of light from the darkness. This, I put detain. That was a mistake. This was a detail he made sure that Moses included. All right. I also asked the question, do you believe in hollow earth? The answer should be yes, considering there is a whole other types of worlds deep within the crust of the earth. Like Sheol, which is known as the abode of the dead. It's where you go when you die. Then there's Tartarus and, Gaia Hanam, the lake of fire. All right. Now, if you haven't seen my episode on this, for more understanding on my teaching on hollow earth, Sheol, the worlds below us, and also what happens after you die, please check out my teachings on this. All right. The first one is the hollow earth, Tartarus, Sheol, the lake of fire, and Abraham's bosom. Abraham's bosom is something else to factor into this because, where did the rich man go to? Where did the rich man go to? And where did the poor man go to with Lazarus? Lazarus went to the place of Sheol where there's torment. But the poor man, he went to the place of paradise. So when you're even reading that scripture about Lazarus and him burning in this place of torture, you need to understand that there is a hollow earth. Okay? There are things in the great deep you don't know about. If you know the scriptures, but I'm just saying. All right. So if you reject the idea of a hollow earth, that is unbiblical. All right. Now, if you want to watch these episodes, I'm going to go ahead and drop them in the chat for you. The link will be in the description also under this video if you're not live right now to get it in the chat. If you watch the replay and you look at the chat, you'll find it. But let me drop this in the chat real quick. So the first one is going to be the hollow earth, Sheol, Tartarus, Abraham's bosom. So let me go ahead and post that real quick. Gehenna is what you call Gaia Hanam. Gaia Hanam. Yeah, that is the lake of fire. But you have like different areas like Sheol, where Lazarus went. That is not the place that, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna be destroyed in the lake of fire. That's not the same thing. That is Sheol. That is a place of temporal torture. When you die, you either go to the place of tranquility or paradise. That's why Yahusha said to the guy next to him on the tree, he said, you will be with me in paradise. He wasn't talking about heaven. He was talking about where you go when you die. Yahusha went to paradise. He was righteous. The wicked, when they die, they do not go straight to hell. They do not go straight to heaven. They go to the place of suffering and temporal torment, and they will be tortured there until the second resurrection, which is for the wicked. Like I said, if you watch these episodes, you'll get all that information. So let me post that link real quick. So the first one is the hollow earth, Sheol, Tartarus, and Abraham's bosom. All right. So that's the first video. And then also let me drop the link for what happens when you die. Because this one, like I said, the Christianity stuff, it done taught you that we go straight to heaven or hell. That is false. That is not biblical at all. Now, they're not to say that there haven't been some people who obviously went to heaven, you know, even some of them who didn't experience death. But that's not how it goes. So let me go ahead and drop this link. What happens when you die? Let me fix this Abraham's bosom link. But this is what happens when you die right here. All right. That's important to understand. What happens when people die is important. You understand that. So let me post this link again because that link was messed up. Hold on, y'all. I got him right here. Okay. So Abraham's bosom. Let me just space that. Okay. All praises. All right, let me repost that link for the Abraham's bosom Sheol thing. All right. All praises. Okay, there we go. The hollow earth, Sheol, Tartarus, Abraham's bosom. So you got this video you can watch to understand the hollow earth. This one really kind of gets to the meat of it. And then this one talks a little bit more about Sheol, which is what happens when you die. All right. So link is in the description. It's in the chat if you want to check it out. Moving on. My last question was, do you believe in flat earth? Your answer also should have been yes, because I did a teaching on that as well. And yes, it is important to understand, to make sense of creation and the biblical creation account. So I have a teaching on flat earth, which is 2 episodes, but I'm going to send you the link to the main one. And if you go to the pinned comment, you'll see part 2. All right, so let me go ahead and put that in the chat. And this is also in the description box, or it should be at least. If it's not, just come back to the chat. You'll find it. All right. All right, so flat earth. Okay, so flat earth, and this is the link to that. Okay. All right, so that's that. We got that out the way. Let's keep it going, fam. All these questions have to do with what we will be discussing in regards to Genesis 1:1 through 2. Okay. Yahuwah dwelled in darkness before there was light. Now, somebody said I'm a wicked satanic Yahudi. Listen to what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Some people are just not deep enough, and they don't even hear a whole matter. They just make assumptions. Listen to what I'm saying and listen closely. Let me be clear. I am not referring to darkness as in regards to Ha-Rashaim, the wicked ones. I'm not talking about wickedness and evil and, sacrificing people and drinking blood and all these things these Luciferians do. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the darkness that existed before creation, that Yahuwah existed in before creation. I'm talking about the dark matter that is described in the scriptures. I'm not talking about dark in your heart and being evil. I'm talking about the darkness that existed before light, that Yahuwah lived in. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about being evil. All right. Please do not twist my words. So I'm not referring to Ha-Rashaim, the wicked, but the darkness the eternal Lua dwelled in prior to light. Now, let's look at some precepts real quick. Psalms 18:12. This is 18:12 in the Septuagint, and in the KJV, it's 18:11. Listen to what it says. And he made darkness his secret place. Oh, Yahuwah dwells in darkness. Not evil darkness, but the darkness. He made darkness, so he created it. His secret place round about him was his tabernacle, and even dark water in the clouds of the air. So Yahuwah's habitation, we know he is obviously in primordial darkness. Thank you, sister. That's a better way to say it. So, yeah. So he dwells in this darkness as he did before there was creation. Now let's look at some more precepts of this. Exodus 19:16-18. And it came to pass on the third day as the morning grew nigh that there were voices of lightning and dark cloud on Mount Sinai. The voice of the trumpet sounded loud and all the people in the camp trembled. So this is when Yahuwah presented himself to the children of Yasharal. Every time I read this, bro, I just visualize like the Most High descending down on Mount Sinai in fire and dark smoke, because they were the Israelites, they were scared, bro. When Yahuwah descended up on that mountain and that fire and that dark smoke, bro, that was epic. But then again, it makes me ask the question, how could you not obey him? He done literally presented himself before you in fire and smoke so much the whole earth was shaking, and y'all still was disobedient. I could never. Seeing what Yahuwah is going to do for us, bro, I could never disobey him. I fear him. I'm just saying, bro. I get so mad when I read Exodus and how wicked our people were. They wasn't listening to Yahuwah. They was doing all type of, stuff, complaining, murmuring. And Moses led the people out of the camp to meet Yahuwah, and they stood by under the mountain. Listen to this. It's so epic. The mountain of Sinai was all together on a smoke because Eluah had descended upon it in fire, in Ba'ash. And the smoke went up as the smoke of a furnace, and the people were exceedingly amazed. And the sounds of the trumpet were waxing very much louder. Masha Amar U Alua. Masha spoke to Eluah and answered him with a voice greatly. Wow, that's so powerful. Let's keep going. This is Exodus 20:18-21. And all the people perceived the thundering and the flashes and the voice of the trumpet and the mountain smoking, and all the people feared and stood afar off. Bro, that would not have been me. I would not have been afraid. I'd be like, I'm here, my Eluah. I'm here. I love you. I love you, Yahuwah. Ahaba ata Yahuwah. I would be, bro, everybody would be scared, bro. I'd be running up to that mountain, shouting, praising his name, shabbaking Yahuwah. Oh, Father, we waited for this moment. Oh, let me see him. Let me meet him. Oh, Father, come reveal your esteem to your chosen. Hallelujah. I would have been praising. I would have been jumping around. You know what I'm saying? I would have been beatboxing. I would have been doing something musical, bro, to esteem the highest. Just say it. All right, keep going. 19, and said to Moses, speak to you us, and let not Eluah speak to us, lest we die. And Masha says to them, be of good courage, for Yahuwah is come to you to try you. Listen to that, family. I'll give it to you again. For Yahuwah has come to you to try you. I believe our second wilderness experience, there will be a trying of Yasharal. Like I said, some of us ain't going to make it. 2/3 will be cut off. Just understand, I believe this next regathering, there will be trials and tribulations. Just make sure you ain't following me. You ain't following another Israelite. You ain't following your Israelite sister. You are following Yahuwah. You ain't following your Israelite brother. You following Yahuwah. All right? I don't want y'all to make the mistakes of our forefathers. Look what we done been through. This is enough. You better obey him when we go into the wilderness, and you better be obeying him right now. All right? All right. For Yahuwah has come to you to try you, and his fear may be among you that you sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Masha went into what? Ha-Kashak, the darkness where Eluah was. So we have another example here of Yahuwah. Talisha Yahuwah Shabbat Shalom says. We have another example here of Yahuwah dwelling in this dark cloud. You know what I'm saying? This dark area. And it was described in the Septuagint as Ha-Kashak, the darkness. Okay? And Masha had to go up to that darkness to meet with Eluah. All right? All right, we read that one already. Deuteronomy 4, 11 through 13. And you drew nigh and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire up to the Shamayim. And there was Kashak, darkness, blackness, and tempest. And Yahuwah spoke to you out of the midst of Ha-ash, the fire, a voice of words, which you heard, and you saw no likeness, but you heard a voice. So in that great esteem of flames and smoke and thundering and sounds of shofar and the shaking of the earth, they didn't see the likeness of Alua, but they heard that powerful, thunderous voice. So it wasn't just the smoke, the fire, the shaking of the earth, the loud rumbling and the thunder, but it was that voice. That thunderous voice of Alua. Can you imagine? My. Let's keep going. This is Psalms 103:20 in the Septuagint, 104:20 in the KJV. You did make darkness, and it was night, and in it all the wild beasts of the forest will be abroad. So again, Yahuwah made darkness. Job 15:20 through 22. All the life of Harashayim, the wicked, is spent in care, and the years granted to the oppressor are numbered. Let me read that again. All the life of Harashayim, the wicked ones, is spent in care, and the years granted to the oppressor are numbered, and his terror is in his ears. Just when he seems to be at peace, his overthrow will come. Let him not trust that he shall return from Kashak, darkness, for he has been already made over to the power of the sword. The oppressor's days are numbered. Yes. Let's keep going. Isaiah 45, verse 7. I am he that prepared light and formed darkness, who makes shalom and create evil. Achaya Yahuwah. I am Yahuwah that does all these things. Yes. Now, just to be clear, again, I have to preface this. I'm not saying light is bad, as sometimes scripture refers to the darkness that is evil. Now, let's just look at some scriptures on coming out of darkness or evil and into light, which is righteousness. Okay, I believe in the light of Yahusha. I'm not no, black man who, loves evil. Like, I just have to be careful because people will, it's crazy how people twist my words all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I have to say that. Psalms 111, verse 4 in the Septuagint and 112:4 in the KJV. And to the upright, light has sprung up in Kashak, darkness. He is pitiful and merciful and righteous in regards to Yahuwah. 1 Peter 2:9, one of my favorite verses. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a Kadash nation, a peculiar people, that you should show forth the praises of who? Him, Yahuwah, who has called you, called you out of Kashak, darkness, into his marvelous light. So again, I'm not saying be evil. I'm saying walk in the light of Yahusha. All right? Because I serve and I follow Yahusha and I believe upon his blood, I don't walk in darkness. I don't walk in evil because I follow Yahusha. All right? Continuing on. When it comes to understanding this black goo, it boils down to the abyss and the darkness contained therein. In the abyss are creatures that are not what we see in this everyday world. Perfect example is Revelations 9. Let's look at that real quick. This is Revelations 9, verses 1 through 11. And then the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star falling from heaven to the earth, and to him was given a key to the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and smoke arose out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace. So the sun and the air were darkened because of the smoke of the pit. Then out of the smoke, locusts came upon the earth, and to them was given power, kuach, as the scorpions of the earth have power. They were commanded not to harm the grass of the earth or any green thing or any tree, but only those men who did not have the seal of Alua on their foreheads. And they were not given authority to kill them, but to torment them for 5 months. Their torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it strikes a man. In those days, men will seek death and will not find it. They will desire to die, and death will flee from them. The shape of the locust was like horses prepared for battle. On their heads were crowns of something like gold, and their faces were like the faces of men. They had hair like women's hair, and their teeth were like lions' teeth. And they had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the sound of chariots with many horses running into battle. And they had tails like scorpions, and there were stings in their tails. And their power was to hurt men 5 months. And they had as king over them the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon. Now, the word abad in Hebrew means serve or servant. Abaddon. Now, Abaddon also means destruction, which is interesting because when you think about CERN, they have Shiva, the deity of destruction. It does this dance, and it symbolizes destruction. So it says in Hebrew is Abaddon, but in Greek, the name is Apollyon. Now, these are just an illustration of what these locusts look like. This ain't locusts you see every day, family. All right? These are otherworldly types of creatures, and they come from the abyss. So when you're factoring in black goo, and you're factoring in the darkness that was before there was light, before there was earth, before there was angels, before there was heaven, before there was earth, before there was Adam, there was darkness. There was the abyss. This black goo, I believe it comes from the abyss. That creature I showed y'all, that Panama alien, comes from the abyss. Just as these creatures who are otherworldly come from the abyss. Okay? So, again, factoring all this in, you know what I'm saying, it should make some sense. Now, let's keep going. Now, this was my favorite part. I was waiting for this. In regards to the abyss, and we're 3 hours in. Okay, I'm going to probably be done in about another hour. All right, y'all? So please stick by if you can. In regards to the abyss, I believe I found footage of the opening to the abyss. I will also show you a video that proves this area has a magnetic pull. The abyss is real, family. And I have proof of it. Give me a 1 if y'all ready for it, bro. This is some crazy stuff I'm about to show you. So if you don't believe Yahuwah is real, all right? Let's just say a random atheist just came on this channel. They got some explaining to do. So let me pull this up here, y'all. This is insane. I have never seen anything like this in my life. But it's proof of our Lua. It's proof of what he said. It's proof of his word. It's proof he created everything. All right, give me a 1, y'all. Okay, I see 1s. This is the abyss. This is somebody caught this video. All right, and you are going to see this abyss, and you're going to see black stuff coming out of it, energy coming out of it, and this was right in the middle of the North Pole. Look at this. Here we go, y'all. This is crazy. What is that? What is that? Fire is coming out of it. Smoke is coming out of it. I know it's not the best video, but family, look. Okay, does this agree with scripture? Smoke coming out of the abyss. Creatures coming out of the abyss. This is it. This is it. This is the abyss. And I got another video I'm about to show you to prove this. All right, so that's the abyss. Now, let me come back on the screen because I got another video I want to show you guys where some guy, he used some kind, I don't know what he used or whatever to do this, but in the video, he basically shows that this area, this specific area that I just showed you, it has like a magnetic pull to it. And the wind that, you know, is around that area slows down. And once it passes over that area, it literally, you know what I'm saying, goes right back into the normal speed. Let me see if I can pull that video up. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second here. Please hit the like button if you haven't. I'm almost done, y'all. Just give me like another hour. May not take that long, but like I said, this thing is just chock with information. So I want to get to all the good stuff, all the good stuff, all the good stuff. All right, let me pull up this next thing here. So this is a video of this this information in regards to this video that somebody made. And it shows that there is an abyss, and it shows that somebody tested it out to see if it's 100% real, and it definitely is. That same location. So let me go ahead and pull this up here. So they went to like Google Maps. I don't know what it is, Google Maps or something like that, but they use some type of, you know, way you can trace wind patterns or something like that. And they went to this particular area, and it's been banned on Google Maps. You will not find it if you use Google Maps. I don't know what he used. And I went to go check the website and I couldn't find it. So it's definitely being censored. So this is an old video, but take a look at this. All right, there we go. I should make this smaller. I like the goo background. No diddy. All right, check this out, y'all.
What I'm going to show you in this video is literally going to blow you away. Do you know about Mount Meru? Rupes Nigra, the mountain, the dark mountain, which...
Oh, and by the way, this area is called Rupes Nigras. Give me a one if you remember how I told y'all that there's a area in your brain, and if it's filled with black pigment, neuromelanin, then you have very, very good neurological conditions. Give me a one if you remember how I talked about that area called substantia nigra in the brain, where there is black melanin, neuromelanin in there. And if you have a pale area in your brain like that, then you have neurological issues like Parkinson's and things like that. Okay? Well, guess what? This place where there's a magnetic pull and this black mountain is called Rufus Nigras. Look, I'll show you real quick. We'll get back to the video, but I'm going to show you. It's actually called Rupes Nigra. So everything ties to black. Look, let me show you. Rupes Nigra. The Rupes Nigra, black rock, a phantom island, was believed to be a black rock located at the North Magnetic Pole. Nigra, substantia nigra, substantial amount of blackness. Nigras, Negroes, Rufus Nigras. Come on, man. All praises to the Most High. Can't nobody tell me that this book called the Bible ain't about us melanated people. All praises to the highest. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. So let's go back to this video, man. In regards to this this video, man, with this area. So let's get back to that. I just want to show y'all that real quick to verify it, you know. I always gotta verify it. All right. Okay, so let's jump back over here to that video and we'll finish it up.
Which was mentioned in the map of Mercator. This place, which is shrouded by mystery, potentially legend, but actually it's not the case. This place, guys, is a place which is very much very real. And what I'm going to show to you is just amazing. First and foremost, this is the climate map. We're going to go back to this in a second. But before we look at the climate map of the Earth, let me show you guys this video, which I found on the dark web. Now, I'm not sure if this video, of course, how much can you trust a video like this? No idea, but let's just play it anyway. This person captured a photo which shows Mount Meru literally on top of the clouds. The mountain is super tall, and you can see it from a high altitude plane. That's right, quite impressive, isn't it? This is quite crazy, right? I mean, look at that. That is amazing. We have Mount Meru there. And the mountain is pointy, is black, same as the Mount Meru. we've seen in the map of Mercator. And this is when we're going to look at the weather maps. And guys, believe me, you are going to be blown away. This is exactly what I'm going to show you guys, and how the actual weather maps show exactly that there is a specific object, quite large object on the Earth, exactly in the center of the North Pole, which is making the winds change their trajectory and their speed, which should not be happening because it doesn't make any sense, right? Now, let's go back here and then let's go to this map. This is the map of the winds of the Earth. We are now on top of the North Pole. All right, we're going to go to the North Pole, which is exactly here. As we zoom in, we are going to see a phenomena which is purely inexplicable. If you guys have been paying attention, I think you already know where we're going. We are going exactly here. This very interesting, mysterious circle, which kind of shows that there's something. This is exactly that. This is the pure 100% North Pole, the center of the North Pole. All right, let's go in. Do you see what I am seeing? I mean, it's quite obvious if you don't realize. I mean, this is quite clear, obvious. There's a structure here, which is quite a large structure, to be honest, as you can see here. And it's diverting the wind on the sides, like based this way and this way.
The abyss,
here
y'all.
we see a less intensity
Good night,
of the
Yummy.
wind. As you can see here, it's quite clear that the wind here is less intense, and then here is more intense. This area is creating an obstruction. Now, if you just click here, you can see that the wind is actually only 11 kilometers per hour. Moving here, it's 14, 15, 14, all right? Here is, of course, 14, 15, 20, 23, okay, 24, 21, 22. But guess what? In the middle of it, it's between 14 and 11, 13, 13, 10. I mean, some places even 10, right? We've got 9 kilometers. So it's quite, quite low. This is 6 kilometers per hour, all right, which is quite here. Okay, so that's quite a low speed. It just suddenly reduces. I mean, this is 2 kilometers per hour. Look at that. That's just incredible. So this is where it basically hits the mountain, all right, and it just obviously goes around it very slowly, and then it increases its speed. So it goes from literally, this is 1 kilometer per hour. That has been lost since.
All right, y'all. So I don't want to spend too much time on it. He took a long time to say just that one little thing. But yes, so just to show you a little information, the area over there is the middle of the North Pole, and there's like a huge black mountain right there. Again, I believe this is where that goo comes from. I believe it comes from that big old black rock. Now, let me show you something here real quick since we're talking about this. I'm going to show you a video in a second, but let me just show you a map real quick. Actually, I have it pulled up right here. Wonderful. All right, let me show you all this map, man. This map is crazy. So this is the middle of this North Pole. And look, you can see on this map, Rupas Negro. It's a big old black rock. And then somebody mentioned the Black Rock Company. Yes, the Black Rock Company got its name from this big old rock. And this rock reaches all the way towards the heavens. And it's a very mysterious black rock. All right. And you can see 4 rivers are surrounded. Okay. And these rivers also connect to the Egyptian river as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do a little deeper dive into that another time. But this is it right here. And you can see Rupas Negra. All right. So that's what I showed you, where that abyss is, where it's like the middle of the North Pole. So let me show you a video about this this area. All right, let's see. I got a few of them. Let me show you this first one.
The Black Rock of the North. At the very center of our world lies a mystery. Not ice, not nothingness, but a towering black mountain marked on ancient maps, erased from modern ones. Its name? Rupas Negra, the Black Rock. Sailors once spoke of it in hushed voices. Drawn by a magnetic force that twisted their compasses, lured their ships north, never to return. A vortex of water, 4 mighty rivers spiraling inward. as if the earth itself fed this hidden heart. Early cartographers placed it at the pole not by mistake, but because they knew that something immense, uncharted, perhaps forbidden, stood there. They called the land around it Hyperborea, a realm untouched by time, shielded by ice, protected by silence.
Hyperborea. Okay, if you watched Fallen Angels and the Pale Rebellion, do you remember how I told you so-called Caucasians believe that they come from Hyperborea or Agartha or these other, different lands? Why are they connected to this so much? The abyss, where the angels have been chained down in eternal darkness. Yeah, that's in the abyss. So why are white people claiming Hyperborea? Maybe it's because the people or the angels that they descend from are chained in the earth in darkness. Interesting. You see how it all connects? You see how it all connects? They're interested in that place because the fallen angels are deep within that abyss somewhere. And they connect themselves to that area because they come from the fallen. That's why. I don't want to go into that abyss. I don't want to dwell over there. I don't want to be anywhere near that. I mean, until Yahuwah, whatever he does, right? Brings us back. But I can't handle that cold area. You kidding me? I'm black, bro. I'm melanated. I can't handle that type of area, right? But the children of the fallen can. They're built for it. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, family? So when the fallen angels came down and mated with women and created the Neanderthal and the Nephilim and the so-called Caucasian, and those angels were chained into the ends of the earth. We talked about the ends of the earth in the Sheol episode, the Hades episode or whatever. We talked about the hollow places of the earth, right? This all connects, y'all. It all connects. Let's get back to it.
But today, what do we see? White, void, a blur on satellite images, a blank on Google Earth. Ask yourself, why? Why erase a mountain? Why silence centuries of testimony? And why? Are we never allowed to go there?
Why are we not allowed to go there? They don't want you to know the truth about the Creator. All right. Now let me show y'all this next video. I got another video on this that I want to show you guys. Let's take out some of these videos. Okay. Yada Yahuwah. All right. I don't know if we're going to be able to have time to get to the research tonight. I think I'm going to just show y'all a few more videos and move on. I still got a few more things I want to show y'all about Black Goo, though. So we'll try to get to some more videos here. All right, this is the next one.
We don't know that maybe we will never know. And that's the enigma of Antarctica. It is truly one of the most curious, inhospitable, and unworldly-like places in the world. Here is New Schwabenland. This is an actual map. This area also has, like the dry valleys, an area where no ice accumulates. They call.
And I told y'all about how the Germans were over there in Antarctica, and they were exploring this hollow earth. And as I said before, I don't believe Hitler died. I believe he went deep into the ground, into these other areas deep in the earth. So no, I don't believe he died. I don't believe he was, unalived in WW2 and all that. I don't believe none of that, bro. I believe he went into the hollow places of the earth because he and the Nazis were over there in Antarctica. And they were trying to find out about this Hyperborea because they believe they come from there. Once again, this is Aryan sour cream supremacy. They believe they come from Hyperborea, which is this area, which is the abyss. That's what they're talking about, just so you understand that.
All these spots, oases. German soldiers even.
Oases, the beautiful place. We talked about the hollow earth and Antarctica, but then he's talking about oases. This is why we gonna need some ships, y'all. Remember how I showed y'all the dream from that Yahudi? And he said it's a place no heathens done been to. There's animals you've never seen, colors, fragrant trees. You know what I'm saying? Sweet, fragrant trees and, you know, sweet Mayim, sweet waters. Remember I told y'all about this place? And I told y'all he was telling the truth. And I gave you scripture and Enoch to back it up. This is what I'm saying. You need to be looking to Yahuwah for deliverance. Why do you want to stay in America? Why? What he has planned for us, bro, is so amazing. I want to see all these mysteries, all these places that he has preserved to take us, that we flee and safely. And look at that. You can't get over there. You can't just casually go over there. But when he brings us over there, ain't no man going to be able to stop it. So we're going to a place no heathen is going to be able to do anything to us. We will be safe from the beast when we go to this place. Hallelujah. That's why he said she will flee to the wilderness and she will be preserved there for a time, and half a times. All praises to the Most High.
Growing their own crops in the summer. This is the presumed location of Base 211, the New Berlin base. Over 100 U-boats in the Wolf convoy, the Führer's convoy, the largest U-boats, which may have shepherded out all of the craft that was being worked on in Germany at the Skoda Works, which is now Czech Republic. The Allies and the Russians.
Y'all saw that fallen angel statue?
Out all of the craft that was being worked on in Germany at the...
Look at that. A fallen angel right in plain sight. Boy, they don't make this hard to figure out, bro.
Skoda Works, which is now Czech Republic. The Allies and the Russians, they didn't find any of the craft. Could be that they went right here to those mountains, this protected area. This is where Operation High Jump was coming. A 6-month expedition led by our Admiral Byrd, and he said that we may be confronting an enemy that can fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. Operation High Jump was confronted with craft that came out of the water and that had some kind of laser that sliced one of our destroyers called the USS Murdoch in half. And the flyover of Washington, D.C., the famous crafts, most researchers would agree that those were craft that came out of Antarctica. Something under the ice, an airstrip, what looks like snowmobile tracks, some trails, maybe even some people walking around it. And now this is what you'll find today. The coordinates are exactly where the German Canaan base is. And also all around Antarctica, as I was looking for discs under the ice, you can find them. You can find some of these strange anomalies that look very much like some kind of disc. And now you have what could be pyramids. And I've located 3 areas of pyramids. So,
the antediluvian world.
So, potential for an alien base? Yes, there is very compelling Google Earth pictures of what looks like this. So the question is, are they ours or are they theirs? Well, these are some other interesting ones. Are these artifacts or these could be real? These look very much like the step pyramids of Saqqara. And nature doesn't really do anything in these kind of perfect right angles. Appears to have been crafted by an intelligent people. The Argentinians had set up a base here and were working out of here. And this is where supposedly the black goo comes from. What is the black goo? Well, it is this AI substance that can be used to rapidly clone any life form. It was brought to Earth by a benevolent ET group shortly after the Toba eruption 74,000 years ago.
Wait, it was brought to Earth. Fallen angels. Now, again, when it comes to this black goo, I'm going to put it in two categories in regards to the origins of it. One, my first theory is that it is either from the abyss and existed in that darkness, or two, it has something to do with the fallen angels. Could be fallen angel blood. It could be, something conjured up when they taught man, technology and stuff like that. But it is also said that this is found in the earth, which is why I'm saying I don't think this stuff is evil. I think it's being used for evil purposes. Because if we're talking about creatures in the abyss, I can't say that the creatures Yahuwah is going to conjure up on the wicked are wicked. I don't think they're evil. They obey him. Just like Leviathan is not evil or Behemoth is not evil. They obey Yahuwah. So if these creatures obey Yahuwah, then they are not wicked. If this goo, doesn't, I don't know. It really, if it does come from the fallen angels, then it probably doesn't. But if it's something that was in the darkness and is of the darkness and existed in the darkness and is just being used for evil purposes, it could be that too. But what I will tell you is this is something that is otherworldly. That is a fact. All right, let's finish this up.
The idea was that we were very susceptible to a takeover. So the black goo was brought to Earth and stored. The black goo was taken back to the UK. It got loose. It could be that it's taken on new forms. If it's AI, it has some kind of intelligence of its own.
All right. So sentient black goo. Very, very interesting stuff. All right, y'all, let's keep this going. Y'all still there? You there? Starting to sound like Pastor Darby. You there? You there? You there? You there? All right, I showed y'all that video already. Showed you that one. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next thing here. Now, again, I think it's important that when I talk about there are people here who are not human, let me show you an example of that.
I may scare y'all, but this is the real reason why I don't show my face. All right, look.
Look.
See?
Look. I wasn't lying. This is a serpent. This is the fallen bloodline, y'all. But y'all said that I'm just making stuff, well, not y'all, but some people, obviously Esau and the Horites and a lot of these videos that I'm doing are going crazy. I told you these people ain't human. I told you that. And don't get me wrong, there's black people that are serpents too. Definitely. But it's definitely the Caucasians you find most of this with. All right? Let me rewind it.
I may scare y'all, but this is the real reason why I don't show my face. All right, look. See? See, I got real Illuminati bloodline.
See, he has a bloodline. He has a serpent bloodline, y'all.
Watch this.
Bro. It's like a frog, right? When you think about like how a frog like has like that extra slit behind its eyes. Yeah, these people ain't human. I keep telling y'all, nobody want to listen to me. Stop mixing. Thank you. Stop it. I mean, I feel like all my videos should be clear why you shouldn't do that. But this is just another reminder from your brother Yekcyr. Stop mixing with these people. Please. All right. There are people who are not human on this earth, and it's mostly them. So, and again, you got black people who got this. You got this too, but just be careful, man, out there. Know who you dealing with. Know who you talking to. Get to know their family. Just be careful, y'all. I'm just saying. All right, we'll finish it up.
Watch this. See that? Said that get my identity hidden, man. Fuck you think they gonna do if they see me with this shit? I'm gonna kill my ass.
Bro. Oh, Father, help us all. There are some people out here who are not human, homie. And I've been saying that. And I feel like no matter how many documentaries I make, some people just ain't going to listen. Well, hey, you choose not to listen. That's on you, but you were warned. All right. So the next thing we're going to do here is I'm going to show you guys a few more videos, and we'll stop after these videos, bro. I think we'll shut it down. I got some other stuff I want to show y'all, but we're going to have to continue this in the next episode. It's been a long one. You know what I'm saying? And y'all probably falling asleep. I mean, I could probably go another 20, 30 minutes if y'all want, but I'm going to try to cut it off in another 30 minutes if y'all want me to stick around a little bit longer. But I don't want to make this too long, all right? So let me show y'all. I got a few more videos I want to show you.
The black goo is a semi-etheric substance with both material properties as well as those of other dimensions. And it is.
And by the way, somebody talked about the 6 fingers. I have a video talking about these white, you know what I'm saying, pale-skinned giants that were in Africa with blonde hair and blue eyes and 6 fingers, just like King Og of Bashan. He was a Nephilim king in the scriptures. I found a video talking about that with these Caucasians. I'm telling you, I got so much evidence. I may not bring that out tonight. I'll probably do a separate video on that because I got another Neanderthal video coming out soon. So I'm going to save it for that. But I found more proof, more evidence. So that'll be coming soon.
Or can be considered as a window, door, or portal to other existential planes. In addition to the locations that Coates Vela indicates correctly, we have detected other places on Earth where the negative black goo is found in large quantities. I can only share some of the places and not all of them because, in doing so, I would indicate in this article places that the negatives on Earth may not yet know of. However, I can mention...
You hear that? She said the negatives. She's talking about the RH negative people. What does this black goo have to do with this fallen bloodline and them being drawn to it, like the so-called Aryans? Huh. Interesting, isn't it? Ooh, it's getting good. Let's get going.
Some other places, of which Coates Vela does not speak, since, although they are not of the public domain, the governments are fully aware of their existence. The places that contain negative black goo are Eastern Ukraine,
Khazaria?
Eastern Ukraine,
Wait, the black goo is in Khazaria? Bro, I was talking to this guy the other day. He's from like Turkmenistan or Uzbekistan or something like that. And I was asking him about the Khazars. And at first he didn't know what I was talking about. So I said, Khazars, do you know about the Khazars? He's like, oh yeah, I know about the Khazars. I was like, okay, so I gotta get Yiddish with this for you to understand. Because I said Khazars, he didn't know what I was talking about. Until I said Khazars, you know about Khazars? And then when I got done talking to him, I'm like, hey, by the way, I'm Turkish. But he was right. He was like, yeah. I was asking him, I'm like, so these fake people who call themselves the Ish people, they're really Khazars, right? And he was all like, yeah, they're Khazars. I was like, okay, got you. Bro, he was dying when I was like, I'm Turkish. Black man. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Northern Iraq, Syria, Eastern Iran, Southern Yemen, including territorial waters, part of Oman, lower area of Afghanistan, Northern Ireland, Southern Bahamas territorial waters, Venezuela territorial waters, and the coast, central coast of Alaska, several islands of the South Atlantic including Malvinas, Thule, Georgia, and Sandwich Islands of the South, south of Africa, and as points of great...
Okay, so she mentioned, so let me just mention some of these names. So Ukraine, all right, Crimea, Northern Iraq, Syria, Eastern Iran, Southern Yemen, including territorial waters, part of Oman, lower area of Afghanistan, Northern Ireland, Southern Bahamas, territorial waters, Venezuela, territory waters in the central coast of Alaska, several islands of South Atlantic, including Malvinas, Thule, Georgia, and Sandwich Islands of the south of Africa, and its points of greater concentration, Paraguay and Antarctica. Wow. So it's and this stuff, y'all, this stuff is found deep within the earth itself. Okay, so again, I'm not saying that this is a demonic thing. I don't believe it is. If it lives within Ha'adamah, then I can't say it's wicked. I just think that it's being used for wicked purposes. But then again, you know, it could be fallen angel stuff. I don't know. But if it's in the earth, I can't say that it is.
Greater concentration, Paraguay and Antarctica. I only mentioned the places with negative black goo because the original terrestrial planetary black goo, what I call positive, is found all over the globe as expected and as I explained earlier.
All right. Okay. So we saw that video. I'm going to play a few more and I'm going to jump off of here, y'all. We've been on here for, let's see, 3 hours, 36. Okay. We might make it to 4, but I wouldn't bet on it, y'all. All right. Okay. All right. So let me go to this next piece of information here. And this is a guy who kind of talked about this black goo and it has to do with demons and stuff. Or, you know, some of this black goo could be used to summon demons.
And if you want to know what this liquid does, you can have a look at it in the lab. When you have bigger amounts of it, it looks like this. It's a liquid crystal. This liquid is self-organizing physically. And this, at the moment, is sleeping. It's not aware of being observed, it's quiet. Sometimes when it doesn't like to be observed, it might jump out of the pot straight into your face. If you have 2 of those in one room, get them 5 meters close to each other, they stare at each other, then they decide that they want to be united. And then they start to pull. It's like magnetism, but it's intelligent. And when they realize that you hold them within the vessel and they cannot escape, they get angry and start to shake the vessel and try to break through the wall. Because they know once they are through, they can flow over the ground and unite to a bigger unit. This is something you can just observe in the lab. And especially this liquid was extracted from those black stones. This is World War II leftovers. We found them in an underground facility in Bavaria, 1/2 ton of it. So we can imagine that the SS processed quite a bit of this. And I guess that the guys found also the technology to extract the oil from it. Must have been there in written form because they did it in the lab successfully. If you look at those stones, you have a brief history of things reported out of former times. You have, if you look at H.P. Lovecraft, the descriptions of the black magic communities in Eastern Europe, they had kind of sculptures out of this black oil schist. And once a year they went there slaughtering little babies.
Look at that. Europeans slaughtering little babies that get the demons out of the stone. Yup. You heard it. He said Europeans were slaughtering babies to draw demons out of this black goo or, you know, the stones or whatever. Yeah. And like I said, bro, if you look at Europeans, bro, they just like the dang Canaanites, which is why I say I fully believe that they're definitely... When I don't know, like when it comes to the rituals, the pagan rituals, neo-paganism of Europe, I fully believe that this is all intermingled because if you look at it, even the Egyptian beliefs are adopted by Europeans. They just turned it into their own thing. So do I believe that they intermix with the Canaanites, or there might have been some pale Canaanites, probably cursed Canaanites, or obviously, yeah, the Horites were cave dwellers. and they were Canaanites. So do I believe there were black ones? Yeah, they're from the sons of Ham. But we talked about that curse of Canaan in that film, and I told you the curse is a plague. One plague that's been used in scripture several times is pale skin, is leprosy, depigmentation. So yeah, do I believe some of those Canaanites, because they were cursed, lost their melanin? Absolutely. Yahuwah curses people and depigments them all the time. People lose their melanin all the time in scripture. We see that. So, you know, I believe that, but I just don't believe they, you know, experienced leprosy. I believe they straight up became pale whites. That bloodline survived. And those recessive genes creating the Caucasians survived in that bloodline. So it makes perfect sense. Not Georgia. No, it's not talking about Georgia and America. It's talking about Georgia and the Caucasus Mountains. There's a area in the Caucasus Mountains called Georgia, like Azerbaijan and, you know, like upper Eurasia towards Russia. They have an area in the Caucasus Mountains called Georgia. So he's not talking about the Georgia in America, sis.
Out of the stone, sacrificing little children to communicate and get the service from the demons. This is one thing mentioned. If you go back in history, you find them in the Kaaba in Mecca, the same form of phallus-shaped structure that is described in Vedic script as Shiva's lingam, that is described in this.
Okay, now, remember how I told y'all about how that alien was, right, that it was in Sanskrit. Let me pull that up real quick. Veda writings. So as I said, Sanskrit is an Indo-European language. Veda is a Sanskrit word. And it comes from the Indo-Europeans, y'all. Has Indo-European origins. Let me pull that up real quick here. So this is the writing you saw in that alien movie on that little object he had that had the black goo in it. Let me show you that. This is the writing that was on that. The so-called Aryans taught this a lot. This is an Indo-European language, and this was the writing that was on that object. Let me see if I can pull it up. Give me a second. Black goo, Prometheus. If you look at that object, you are going to see this Vedic writing as well. Let me see. If I can get an image of that object. Let's see. And in the whole Alien series, they have something with like the Prometheus thing. Let's see. Oh, and this is the guy in the movie who speaks the Indo-European language to these like aliens or whatever. This guy right here. Look at that. Blue eyes, blonde hair. You think that's a mistake? No. That's the truth in plain sight. Now let me see if I can find that. Let's see that section. Hold on, y'all. I want to show that parallel real quick. Okay, I might have to pull up that scene so I can show y'all this real quick. I have to show you this. Give me a second, y'all. Armenia, Georgia, etc. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like the Caucasus Mountains. I've done little videos on that area because I told you that these Ish people, they came from there as well. All right, let me pull up that scene. I would just show you from the trailer, but it's kind of like purple, so it's kind of hard to like actually see it. So I just want to show you a close-up of the same script so you can see it for yourself. Okay, it was like right around here. Yeah. So I'll make sure it's showing the actual scene I'm looking for. No, that's not it. Dang. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, cool. Let me show y'all this. I'm not going to play it, but I just want to hone in on the writing on there. And I'm going to show you the Vedic or the Sanskrit stuff again so you can see what they're showing you in plain sight. So let me go ahead and full screen this. Now look at the writing, and I'm going to show you the Vedic script in a second so you can compare it and you can tell me if we got a match here. All right, let me pull up this Vedic script. Okay. Yada yada. All right. Let's look at this together. All right. This is the opening scene of the movie. And I want you to pay attention to this object and look at the writing. And I'm going to compare it to the Vedic. Let's go back a little bit. I'm going to mute this actually. Okay, hold on. Let's see. All right. So look at that. That's this. Now, look at that writing. Look at that writing right there. Actually, this is not Sanskrit. This is I think it's Mesopotamia writing. Let me pull this up. Let me see. Mesopotamia. And yes, I have looked at these Indo-European languages to be able to help connect some dots so people can understand, you know, when I'm like breaking these things down and get more evidence and stuff like that. Yes, Mesopotamia. Look at this. Let me show you. So let me show you the image again. All right. This is Mesopotamian writing, which is also Indo-European. So let me go ahead and show you the Mesopotamian writing here. All right. And this is Mesopotamian writing. Look at that. Same exact thing. Family, it's the same thing. Let me show you the alien again, and you compare it. Look at that. Okay? Mesopotamian writing. Mesopotamian writing. Yeah. I mean, even when you look at the language, bro, it shows you the truth. Like I said, that's why I say you got to study these people. You got to study people groups. You got to study migration patterns. You got to study language. Mesopotamian writing is what Maria Orsic, when she was communicating with these fallen beings, when she joined the Thule Society or the Thule Society, whatever you want to call it, was speaking and writing in ancient Mesopotamian writing. These fallen, or these we call them the ascended masters, they were communicating with her through Mesopotamian language. Mesopotamian language. And here you have the Mesopotamian language in this film. And Mesopotamia is also a language connected to the Indo-Europeans' fallen seed. It's like, I don't even be looking for evidence, but I just stumble across it. And I'm like, well, there's a video. I mean, man, the truth is amazing, bro. All praises. All right, fam. I'm going to show you one more video and we're going to close out. It's been a long video. It's been a long time. All right. Okay, so the last video I'm going to show you is going to be this quick video here. This video is 11 minutes. So this is going to be my last video, and we will close it out for tonight, and we'll continue where we left off in the next week in regards to the black goo.
So we decided to use nanotubes, and what we discovered was that these nanotubes can actually string together and form wires by themselves over this electric field.
Okay, that music is really loud. And by the way, this is not my video. I didn't put that corny music on there, so yeah.
So many things that I think you can do with it, not just making conductive wires, but taking...
Normally build circuits and things like that, you have to have physical contact. Now we're talking about building circuits without actually touching them.
Oh, by the way, this is graphene, y'all. This is not the black goo. Okay, this is the 5G thing.
I gotta go right now.
They're acting like a flock of birds. Like, what do you guys think that is?
They may be the next stage in human evolution. They may be the next stage in human evolution. They may be the next stage in human evolution.
5G towers.
What's happening now is more than...
Remember how we talked about the graphene and how it reacts to frequencies? Well, the cell towers give off a certain frequency and it causes people to turn into zombies. And I think that's why there's such like a, you know what I'm saying, a certain level of spiritual wickedness arising in certain people, because it has to do with that graphene that's reacting. And like I said, these frequencies, they got 5G towers all around us, y'all. So anybody who took it, they can activate the nanotech just by frequencies. You won't see them, you won't hear them, you won't see them, and they could just activate it just like that. I haven't seen this movie. It's called Sail. I gotta watch it. I just kind of saw, some mentions about it when I was researching this, but I'm gonna definitely probably watch it because I might want to talk about it next week.
Temporary anarchy. I think it's the start of a war.
All right, showed y'all that already.
One of the features of this fourth industrial revolution is that it does.
Look at this dirty German. Look at that. You got Leonardo DiCaprio at the World Economic Forum. Look at that. All you see is Edom. All you see is pale faces everywhere. Everywhere. So who is attending these events? Who is planning to try to destroy the children of Yasharal? The children of the fallen. The serpent seed. They're behind the New World Order. They're behind the World Economic Forum. They're behind all of it. The children of the fallen are all behind it, bro. All of them.
Doesn't change what we are doing, but it changes us.
You don't see not one black person. You might see some Arabs, but they mix with the white man, and then you got the pale faces. I mean, you might see some black people, African leaders and stuff, but it's just all Edomites. All of them.
It changes us.
What's it doing to him?
It's changing him.
Into what?
There could be a magnet used so that we could
target that stuff using the tiny nanoparticles.
Wow.
And then take the field away. It disperses throughout the body.
It disperses throughout the body. It disperses throughout the body.
And they are talking about the VW, y'all.
So it's something people are working on. It disperses throughout the body. Entire body.
So black goo is it's an intelligence?
It's a sentient fluid. They wanted to develop it as a weapon. That whole concept failed. The whole concept went wrong, and they dumped it in the sewers. So what it's doing now, it's going through the bacteria. It's going through all the living life forms. It's exploring everything.
Is it in me?
It's in you, and it's in everybody.
So it's coming out of here right now.
It's in our water supply.
It's in our taps. It's in our...
It's in the air as particulates.
Is it dangerous?
It's not dangerous unless you are hostile to it.
Interesting. All right, y'all. Well, thank y'all again for joining. We are going to stop there. I just have a few more slides I'm going to go through and we'll close out, family. Okay. All right. I'm going to move this. All right. So this black goo, as I said, is either connected to the fallen angels and the spiritual world beyond the veil in places that are not accessible to us, and is also found deep within the earth. If the earth was formed from darkness and all life, this sentient goo isn't necessarily bad, but is being used for evil. And I said I'll show you all some more videos. We'll save it for next time. In regards to the Panama alien that I showed you earlier, and in the last episode, I fully believe that this Panama alien is a life form from this black goo. All right, no need to recap. We already watched it earlier. This will conclude our lesson for today. More next week, same time, 7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Friday. Be sure to be here. Also, if you check out the link in the description, I have a playlist to this full series. You want to watch this whole series, y'all. This whole series, because you will learn a lot about melanin. And this episode, we didn't really talk too much about melanin. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to cover this because, again, the graphene oxide, it uses melanin mimicking polymers. And this black goo, if it existed from the darkness that was here before there was light, and is of a blackish pigment, it reacts to light, it reacts to frequencies, right? Just as we do. We react to frequencies. We think about the neural melanin in our brains, the darkish pigment, and then you have this. This black goo is obviously has some type of melanin in it for it to have a black color to it. And when you look at it, it's jet black. It's not like, kind of like a brighter black. It's more of a jet black look like this. Yeah. Gooey, gooey, gooey. So there has to be some form of like melanin or, the darkness that existed before there was light. in regards to this black goo. And we will definitely look at it a little bit more in the next episode, but we are going to stop here, fam. I have so much more I didn't get to, but that's okay because we're going to definitely look at it. Actually, before we go, I'm going to show y'all one article real quick. Now, this article was written by an Israelite, clearly, and they talked about this this black goo, and I think that they hit the nail on the head. Yes, they hit the nail on the head in regards to this black goo. Let me pull that up. I think it's yeah, let me pull up that link real quick. I just want to show y'all. This is gonna be, I'm gonna close out with this article. Okay. Man, I got so many articles pulled up here. I'm gonna just go to this first one because when I read this, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a good way to close the show out. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up here. Okay, here we go. All right, y'all. I'm gonna take you over here to the browser, and we're gonna read this article about the black goo in regards to the darkness, which is my theory that it most likely came from the darkness that existed before light. So let's read this article and we'll close out, fam. All right. No, it's been a long one, but very informative. So this is from Before It's News. This mysterious black goo substance of extremely high importance is nothing more than prime dark melanin, M-state, gold, primordial living crystalline base matter, known as the face of the deep, just as I said, okay? Fahum, the deep, that was used to help form the earth. Yes, a type of ancient melanin. Yes, and that's my hypothesis in regards to this. The very mysterious black goo substance of extremely high importance is nothing more than, okay, we read all that, a form of melanin, which is also the base matter within natural seed word bearing children of the Most High Yahuwah, and found within all of its natural seed creations that are able to resonate to his spiritual word, bearing cosmic energy DNA signals flowing through the sun, sound cosmic energy converter that helps to regulate the flesh, earth, matter elements of all natural living things at the DNA level. This black goo, living dark crystalline matter, is the most efficient cosmic energy resonator substance on Earth, which also makes up our precious heavenly cosmic energy bearing melanin that will be refined at the DNA level to adapt to the coming 7x amplification increase in extrasolar heavenly cosmic energy focused through our Earth sun and other heavenly bodies, making everything become 7 times more brighter through the Most High's fiery cleansing spirit pouring into the Earth. Biosphere containment cell systems exterminating the wicked, thus transforming it into the new heavens and new earth, or heaven on earth, in which the righteous will be able to dwell within safely and enjoy, giving all praise and worship unto the Most High. We are the chosen ones. Wake up, Hebrews, Negroes, and wake up, natural seed Gentiles. Okay, the broken branches are people who fell into Hellenism. The grafted in, that would be our people, yes. Because the Most High has chosen you as our humble servants, spiritual children in righteousness. I don't know what the heck that is. Under Yahuwah, empowered through the Most High's Kadash spirit, Salah. The so-called black goo substance is like the lowest form frequency of water or ether, which hungers for life, spirit, DNA, cosmic energy to animate or construct it into various useful forms. But Satan and the fallen angels desire to use this ancient primordial programmable base matter in technologically advanced weapons. Yes. Like I said, I don't think this goo is evil. Remember, the Most High's Ruach moved upon the face of the deep. Yes, as I said, and he gave life to this prime base matter. Black gold liquid crystal melanin substance. The primordial matter was present thousands of years ago and was used in the construction of the earth. Biosphere containment unit living cell system. The spirit energy moves this matter, charges up this matter, and gives this matter its being. Also, a series of special gates or portals were installed into the earth containment cell system to allow the flow of this heavenly life-giving cosmic energy into the earth. containment cell into the let the angels ascend and descend from earth to heaven and from heaven to earth, up and down. The DNA spirit ladder and these same gates portals will also allow the future ascension of many righteous souls from deep within the earth, located within the special paradise, cosmic sphere, gigantic crystal ball of souls. Okay, I don't know about all this, y'all. I don't agree with everything they're saying. Okay, just be clear about that. And in this, I think he's referring to Sheol. This mysterious black goo substance, which is of extremely high importance. Okay, we read that already. The deep that was used to help form the earth, like melanin, helps regulate overall function of our bodies and allows communication with the heavenly realm through cosmic energy absorption, renaissance. All right. Okay, we'll stop there. Okay, fam. All right, y'all. So that's it, man. Thank y'all again for joining the stream. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great, great Shabbat. I love you all. Ba Hasham Yahusha. In the name of Yahusha, Yahuwah be esteemed. Alam. I love y'all. Y'all be blessed. And I will see y'all next week. Do not forget, 7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be here. Love y'all. Shalom.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Hey, yo, I rest on the 7th day. It surely isn't Sunday. One path to Yahuwah and Yahusha is the one way. Narrow path, step and stay on track like a subway. Yahusha crack the sky with the Malakim someday. Dietary laws, ain't no eating swine flesh. Yahusha garment staining blood like the wine press. The heathens crying out, strong delusion, they the blindest. These heathens can't keep Jesus, not appease in the slightest. Feast days, moral laws, keeping us Shabbats. Don't follow the ways to eat them, by Yahusha's blood I'm bought. Jesus is a big Virgin Mary, don't need her. Yekcyr spin the block on the devil with the heater. Covenant keeper, the Ruach is my teacher. Yahuwah the creator, worship him and not the creature. Christianity can't be any same old difference. You call on pagan names and you call yourself bishops. Heathens in these camps, Jacob giving up his birthright. Hugged up with these nations, white body like a termite. Reject the Messiah, yeah, your doctrine is Jewish. Scum of the earth, cause that doctrine is sewage. Yahusha in the Torah, you can't see it, you foolish. Committed to Yahuwah, it's a fact that I do this. You are my enemy if you an enemy of Torah. Destruction for the wicked, just like Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, ain't no new age doctrine, no chakras, no auras. The Apocrypha, I read it, I explore it like Dora. I'm a strong black man with biblical values. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish, yeah, I'm quoting out Matthew. I'm not a patriot, I am fearing the lure. 24 and forever, my king is Yahusha. I don't care about America, she surely gon' fall. And the ops gon' hate you when the Kadashi you called. Yahusha 24, always and forever. To Yahuwah I surrender, my life has been better. Put no trust in no man, nor you are a curse. All esteem to Yahuwah, ayy, I put him first. Yeah, whoa, ayy. Yahusha 24, ayy, it's Yahusha 24, ayy. Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24, Yahusha 24. All esteem to Yahuwah in the highest. Baruch haba Basham Yahuwah. Baruch atah King Yahusha.
Hey, Yekcyr.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget you can support this channel by Cash App, $Malkaya Music. Also be sure to check out the Patreon for uncensored documentaries, films, deep dives, and much more content that you won't find here on YouTube. Check out the merch store for the latest trip. And let me not forget to say, if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that like button and tap in with us. All praises to the Most High, Yahuwah, the highest. Shalom.